Oi, oi, oi. How we doing today, folks? How is this week going for everybody so far? I hope the answer is that the week is going well. I always hope the answer is that the week is going well. Never will you come into this stream and catch me secretly hoping that you've been having a bad week. Some people, yes, but probably none of the people who tune into the stream on a regular basis. I think most of the people I wish that on are probably tuning into streams like Matt Yee or 8-Bit Sweater or one of those fucking degenerates. Colonel Matthew Steiner! Fucking diabolical might. How you doing today? It's good to see you. It's been a little while. How have you been? I'm not gonna do it. I am endeavoring to be a more positive person, and I know that I've said this a number of times, but it's a process. It is a growing process that we all must go through, or at least I must, and apparently the entire collected body of Star Wars fans across the planet. I'm not about to complain about The Boys Season 3. I'm not going to do it, because you know what? It was pretty good. Did it have its problems? Yes, every show has its problems. Lately I've been bitching about it, and I'm determined to enjoy more things in life, to stop looking for problems. Because frankly, there are enough problems I don't have to go looking for them. It has been a little while. Work may have finally slowed down. Feel like I may be back. We are glad to have you, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Absolutely fantastic to see you back on the painting horse, so to speak. So to speak, speaking of being back on the horse, Datron Voltari hitting that 26-month streak. Datron, welcome in, man. How you doing today? It's wonderful to see you. My replacement Mars 3 Pro just got dropped off, appears to be working properly. Fingers crossed. I love the Mars 3. I'm very taken with it. It's a fine machine. Shit. That reminds me that I told Ren Momo I was going to send him something, and I didn't. I am the worst. If you're one of several people out there in the world who are waiting on a package from me right now, I'm sorry. I'm terrible about it. This is why I let Alex at Steel Warrior Studios do all of my logistics for me, is because I'm fucking terrible at it. I fully acknowledge this. So I'm not going to Gen Con, Colonel Matthew Steiner. I should be at Adepticon, which is nearby, but next year. Not making Gen Con this year, eyeballing it for next year. I feel like somebody was talking on the Discord about going to Gen Con. Somebody was. We should get a little conversation going about that, so if there's anybody in the community who is going, then you should all be able to hook up and roll some dice together. Made a 4x4 populator with my wrecked urban terrain, Colonel Matthew Steiner. That's fantastic. Did you share pictures of it? I'd love to see it. We've got some more wrecked urban terrain coming in the near future. I'm kind of turning and burning on projects right now, hoping that we can get everybody a little taste of what they want this fall. Did I see it? I feel like I must have seen it if it's on your Instagram. Maybe my brain is just broken. Hang on. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm glad that wasn't a falsie. I hate those. Those are the worst. Let's see. Colonel Matthew Steiner. I hadn't looked at it yet, which is surprising. That's a nice looking board. Ooh, look at all them busted up buildings. Yeah, we've got, there are a lot of buildings there aren't ruined versions of yet, and I'm actually working on those right now. I have a handful of them done, but because we added a bunch of extra designs, and I need to redo the version 2s, so there's going to be like a whole second wave of ruined buildings coming here soon, which is obviously exactly what you want to hear, right? Now that you have printed all the ruined buildings. and played with them. That's what you want to hear is make more. Oh God. It's a good looking table though, Matthew Steiner. Thank you so much for posting some of those up. It was a hex board with really faint hexes Oh, nice. Who was it neoprene? Who'd you get it printed from? Out of curiosity. Asri, it's good to see you. Loved everything about my first one except the broken screen. Took the opportunity to bite the bullet. Got the Pro for the Fresnel lens. Ooh, fancy. So fancy. Dragon printer Ender 5 died on Saturday. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully upgrading to a Anycubic Cobra Plus. I don't think I've looked at that one. It doesn't sound familiar. Bulldozer just returned from Historicon. Fantastic time. Did you get any gameplay in? Bulldozer, I'd love to hear more about it. Data Nerd, welcome in. I'm technically early. I actually started 5 minutes before I said I was gonna. But, you know, I sit on a throne of lies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to... Cookie Mama, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I do need to address something. A little bit more serious, a little somber. I always, you can't really. There are things in this world that we take for granted, and we think they're always going to be there, and we tell ourselves, I will appreciate this thing later. It'll be there. I don't have time for it right now. Later is the time for it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is later. And I have the time. But what I no longer have, what none of us have any longer, is the Choco Taco. And I regret to inform those of you who may not be aware that manufacturing of the Choco Taco has officially ceased. They will no longer be produced. They will no longer be available. And I know that many of you may be thinking, "What Thunderhead? What's the big deal? It's a taco shell with ice cream and chocolate and nuts." But it is also just it's a little bit of joy. It was a little bit of joy in this world, and it is my terrible realization that I have not enjoyed a Choco Taco in years now. I may very well never enjoy it again. Yeah, that's terrible. Now, moving on from that really stupid joke that is a little bit sad, because I admit I do like Choco Tacos, or at least I did. And this is not a joke. There is one thing that we are in fact bereft of. Now, I tend not to focus too much on celebrity deaths, just because, you know, why? The media does enough of that. Those of us who care about those people will note it. I tend to only really bring them up when there's someone that is significant to me, which might seem selfish, but I think it's just kind of it's the way of things. And there was one recently, I think just yesterday, that has kind of struck me, and that is the passing of David Warner. I hadn't really thought much about David Warner in a while, and he lived a long life, got to a ripe old age, and had a very, very long and distinguished career, and a career that impacted me. Yeah, end of line. Oh my god, right? Everybody knows David Warner. Like, if you don't know the name, type him into Google right now, and I promise you, as you go through the images, you'll come across a role, you'll come across a picture and go, oh, that guy. Everybody knows David Warner, because he was in everything. And he had one of the most distinct voices just anywhere. The first place that I really noticed David Warner, I think one of the first places I saw and was really struck by David Warner's performance was probably in the Star Trek The Next Generation episode Chain of Command, which many of you know as the There Are Four Lights episodes. David Warner was the Cardassian who was torturing Captain Jean-Luc Picard in that episode. And by the way, when we get to my end of stream listing for upcoming events, there's going to be one for this upcoming Saturday. We're going to be having movie night, watching Band of Brothers. I'm actually thinking what we're going to do is watch one episode of Band of Brothers, and we're also probably going to watch, or I may change it. We may just go ahead and watch Star Trek The Next Generation Chain of Command, because it's one of the best two-part episodes in the entirety of The Next Generation, and I very much do feel the... Please reset that for S... Wait, what are you saying, Data Nerd? Oh, shit. Did that start doing that again? Farts. Damn API error. Hang on. I'm gonna disconnect it and reconnect it. Yeah, that's what I mean, Colonel Matthew Stein. You start looking for David Warner roles, you're gonna find plenty. But okay, so we'll probably do that this weekend. If you're interested and you haven't seen it, or you just want to kind of relive that with us, this Saturday on Discord, probably at about 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I think that we're gonna go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and show The Next Generation Chain of Command Part 1 and 2. Because it's fantastic. Not only is it a great episode with David Warner, it's also a great two-parter with Ronnie Cox, who you might know as the bad guy from RoboCop. Quite possibly one of the best captains in all of Starfleet, in my opinion, for the Next Generation. Now, the voice that really struck me, though, Time Bandits, this is the thing, Datron Voltari, if you want to just name roles that David Warner was in, we'll be doing this all night. But the one that really stands out to me, the one that struck me at a young age, and this may be something I do on stream, he was the voice of John Irenicus in Baldur's Gate 2: The Shadows of Amn. That game is amazing, and I have not played it in decades, but I can never forget the voice of John Irenicus. It was... really something. He's such an unbelievably fantastic voice actor, and he's had such an impact on so many of us, and he has had a very significant impact on me. We may in the near future reserve some time and dig into playing Baldur's Gate 2 in memory of the passing of David Warner and out of respect for his long and distinguished career. There are four lights. Absolutely, Merlin Models. It really is a great two-parter. The thing is that the A-plot and the B-plot in that episode, like, it's one of the best two-parters in TNG. Not only is because I think Captain Picard being tortured by David Warner, that's sort of the B-plot. The A-plot is really Commander Riker and Captain Jellicoe on board the Enterprise and them clashing over said chain of command. I really love that two-parter. It's fantastic. I think Riker gets kind of sold short in it. There's one kind of stupid moment towards the end that I don't like, but it's like this one tiny little scene that's like, kind of niggles at me. Overall, Captain Jellicoe's a great character. They pull the usual Starfleet, like, oh, he's a big shot, so he's going to be a bad guy, and he turns out to just be, like, an incredibly effective captain who just has a different command style than Captain Picard. It's a true subversion of expectations. And yeah, David Warner as the Cardassian torturer it's so iconic that like there are memes that transcend just Star Trek about that character specifically. We're probably in October. I'm gonna bet October, Merlin Models. We might save that for the Halloween season. Dr. Rhino, how are you doing? How is your shoulder, my friend? How did everything go? Just took the first round of pain meds. Turns out my ice water circulator was defective, so only ice packs for now. Oh, yikes. Roland, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. Yes, he's Ra's al Ghul. He is the voice of Ra's al Ghul in Batman the Animated Series. Thank you, Wiley Cliff. Like, I sat down yesterday and started trying to list all the places that I could think of seeing David Warner and hearing David Warner's voice, and it just kept happening. A few minutes would go by, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, he's the fucking doctor in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze. Like, he's everywhere. And we are truly all poorer for his passing. But I'd very much like to take some time and really... I don't want to do like a full retrospective, but I do want to do a few things to really sort of appreciate the body of work that David Warner gave us. Never turned down a paycheck. Yeah, he has that Michael Caine quality to him, doesn't he? Except I think he did better work on average than Michael Caine did. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit, Dr. Rhino. It makes me just profoundly sad that I'll never have another moment of, oh, that's David Warner, I haven't heard this. Oh, David Warner did the voice, and I'll never have another one of those. Oh, Michael Caine is a fantastic actor, but he is like the poster boy for motherfucker gets paid. Like, I don't think Michael Caine ever turned down a role. And he always brought to a role precisely what it deserved. Like, he could deliver a really stellar performance, and then he would show up in something and just be like, I'm technically here. Like, whatever. He did some real garbage. Him and, like, John Malkovich. Michael Caine is the prototype for Nick Cage. It's similar, because, yeah, Nick Cage, he'll do anything you pay him to do, and then every now and then, he'll get a role that he really, really wants to do, and he'll just knock it the fuck out of the park. Now, that's a unique story, Roland. Are you familiar with what's going on with Bruce Willis now? Well, that's just mean, Doctor. I'm gonna assume that's the pain meds talking. Oh, man. Rhino, I hope everything went well. It sounds like you are in recovery, and I'm glad to hear that. Michael Caine's best quote when asked if he'd seen Jaws 3D, no, I saw the house it bought. Yeah, I believe that. That's right up there with John Carpenter being asked about, like, if he minded when people did remakes of his work. And I think his remark was something to the effect of, I love when people want to make remakes. I hold out my hand and a check appears. Like, that's... Yeah, okay. Fuck it. Yeah, and I have to admit, Roland, even after hearing about the things with Bruce Willis's brain, his degenerative issues, and you know, who gives a shit, really, what I think? Here's the thing, my opinion on Bruce Willis's career choices are so utterly meaningless. Me casting judgment, me, Thunderhead, some random fucking asshole on Twitch casting judgment on the long and distinguished career of Bruce Willis is about as meaningless as anything can possibly get. But at the same time, while I understand Bruce Willis's logic of he's just trying to make like all the money that he can while he's still mentally capable of doing so, I think he said something about, you know, for my family. I want to make all the money for my family before I go. I get it. I do. And at the same time, it still feels shitty. Because he's just making trash. And he's not even trying. And it's... I don't think I can call it... Like, you can't reasonably call it unethical. Because it's just business. I don't have any real, like, accusations I can level against it. I can't call it bad. I can't say that it is unethical, because people are signing up for this. It just seems trashy. It just seems trashy to me. I don't know. But again, who gives a shit? Nobody cares. You gotta spend the time doing the movie, why not put some stank on it while you're there? Yeah, that's the thing, Trotsky. It's not like he's out there giving it his all to make some art before he can't anymore. He's just out there selling his name to the shittiest movies he can find and taking 90% of the budget to deposit. And the other part of it is, like, if it would be one thing if he was, like, some young actor and he hadn't made that much money or his career had just gotten started, you know, or something like, but it's like, or if his family didn't have a lot of money, like, oh, he's got to put his kids through college. I think Bruce Willis's kids are going to be fucking fine. This isn't the difference between them going to college or not. This is the difference between them having a second vacation home or not. And I feel like they can fuck off. Like, why don't you spend the time you're spending wasting your damn time making these trash movies, like, with your family? That has to be a thing, right? I mean, fair enough, Trotsky, but again, Bruce Willis has to have enough money. Maybe it's just my perspective. I look at it, I'm like, Bruce Willis is passing more money down to his family than I have or ever will have, so I just can't sympathize that much with that position. Maybe that's selfish of me. I don't know. It seems selfish of him. Because again, these are projects that people are working on, and he strolls in, takes 90% of the budget, chuckles his way through production, cashes his check, and fucks off. Like, okay, alright, Bruce. I suppose that's possible, Travis. Well, that's the thing, though. Like, it would be one thing if he was, and I'm gonna stop talking about this because it's meaningless, but it would be one thing if he was going out and trying and doing interesting things, but, like, okay, Datron, maybe, like, he should stop. He should stop. This is not going to do his memory any favors. Let's say that. Because right now, Bruce Willis is less known for the amazing roles that he's done throughout his life, and more known for these horrific geezer teasers that he's pumping out towards the end. And maybe he doesn't give a shit, but it seems, I don't know. You know what the ultimate conclusion of this stupid rambling is? I am a buffoon for believing in the artistic integrity of film. I am a buffoon because it doesn't exist. It is a business, and he is a businessman. That's just the truth of it right there. Someone's still willing to hire him, then good for him. That's the thing, Hamburg, is the movies that he's making are these super duper cynical, like, direct to Redbox movies, where the only reason that anybody is going to watch the movie is because they see Bruce Willis is in it. And then Bruce Willis ADRs most of his lines and doesn't give a shit. And the movies are garbage. Like, Tom Jane shows up for one scene and maybe Neil McDonough rolls through. Speaking of Neil McDonough, I watched that Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City movie, which I did not know existed until very recently. And I got a hot are you ready? Are you ready for my hot take on Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City? I enjoyed it. Now, let's recognize an important difference between two statements, okay? One of these statements is, it was good, and the other statement is, I enjoyed it. These are not the same thing, because it is not a good movie. It's a very silly movie, but it's a movie about a very silly thing, so I feel like that's fairly appropriate. But I enjoyed it. It tried to do a whole lot. It was super duper ambitious, and at the end of the day, it was fairly amusing. It also kind of answers the question I feel like a lot of people have, which is, why don't they just make movies about the actual plot of Resident Evil? Well, that's why they don't make movies about the actual plot of Resident Evil. Because it's fucking nonsense, is why. And if you try to do it, you're going to wind up with a really convoluted narrative that nobody really gives a shit about. I did enjoy seeing Neil McDonough mutate into an eyeball monster. That was a lot of fun. I liked that. The special effects were really bad. Some of the monsters were okay, but most of the special effects were pretty terrible. Hey, Dead Zone Podcast, how you doing today, man? What's up? What's up, Rhino? What you got for me? So yeah, I was gonna paint today, but I just got started working on, I had an idea, and I started working on it, now I'm like, I just want to keep going with the idea before I lose my drive on it, so that's what we're gonna do. You're gonna, if you want to hang out, watch me work on some buildings for a little while. I have an interesting concept, and you might get to see it sort of evolve here. I don't think I've watched any of the Resident Evil animes. Tell chat to send you their favorite dialogues from literature, bonus points, if 40k Primarch combos. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Dr. Rhino is very sold on this idea, and I am willing to indulge him on this one. I think that Dr. Rhino and I are probably going to be doing some just bullshit content in this period of his recovery, in which Dr. Rhino cannot paint, but must create nonetheless. And one of the things that he would like to do, and I admit I am tickled by this idea, is collecting the dialogues of Primarchs from the various pieces of 40k literature, and then having us just recreate them in our best character voices. It does sound like fun to me, and I do need practice. I do need practice with character work for voiceover, so I am into it. So folks, if you've got a piece of dialogue that you think would be interesting to hear, done by Dr. Rhino and I, please feel free to submit it. We do have a, he can learn to paint with his other hand. We do have a channel now on the Discord for submitting pieces of writing that you would like to hear me read. So that would probably be a good place to go ahead and submit that. How you doing today, Ren? It's good to see you. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what it is, Kursala. We'll probably get to a point here soon where you'll be able to recognize some context clues. Yeah, I know, Merlin. I'm trying not to... I'm just going to enjoy this period where Dr. Rhino can't paint. It'll make me feel, I don't know, mildly more competent. Where is that piece of art that I had up? Excuse me. I got the sniffles today. I can't help you with that, unfortunately, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Some of them are pretty bad. Some of them are quite good. Some of them, though, are pretty bad. Well, it's for a line that kind of doesn't exist yet, Dragon Printer, though it is going to be compatible with Battletech Alpha Strike. That's not its primary intended purpose, but it will be. Where the hell did that art go? I had it up. Okay, here we go. There it is. And put that right there. What's your thoughts on the color scheme for Marauders? Red are my Enforcers, green are my Forge Fathers, and struggling. Well, Dead Zone Podcast, are you going to go with the traditional green-skinned orcs? Because the skin on Marauders are definitely going to determine a lot of what you wind up doing with the rest of their equipment. Green skin. So then the natural choice for me is opposite side of the color wheel. So, red. But you said you've already got red. Hold on a second. You've already got red. You don't want red to be your primary color, so your next best choice, going for the yellow-green. Yeah, blue. Blue wouldn't be a bad choice at all. Like almost a purplish blue might not be bad, or an orange. Orange could be fun. Metallics and orange. I think probably blue. Green and blue really contrast very, very well. Do kind of like a, yeah, gray blue, like Ren is saying, sort of like a military fatigue blue. Wait, what? Another piece for the new redacted? Yes, that's the one, Kursala. And let's make it about like so. Hey, Bahamut, how you doing today? And yes, it is in that scale, Roland. Go ahead and give ourselves a little reference point here. Why are you not lining up? There we go. Boop. And boop. And bring you back. Oh, that's the wrong piece. And cut you out right about there. Being tempted by the crazy rat men. Oh my god, which rat men are those, Bahamut? Or there are potentially a few different rat men you could be getting tempted by. Hopefully none of them are Clint Howard. But I suppose it's possible. Oh my god. Hamburg? Dropping 5 gift subs. You are out of fucking control, sir. Hamburg, thank you so much. I like that one of them's going to Plankwalker, our resident and permanent lurker. I'm sure he'll appreciate not having to watch commercials when he comes in. No, not offset. Give me an extrusion, please. Thank you. Let's bring that out. Just a wee little bit. There we go. What kind of facility is this? So it is, this specifically is going to be a piece of high-density residential, which should become more obvious as I work on it a little bit more. I want that at about 60, and bring it down. Okay, that'll do. Waste management. Yeah, it's a big poop factory. Rat men that snort warp stone to kill man things with more and more warp lead. Oh, you're looking at them. You're looking at them skaven, I take it. That's understandable. They're a pretty neat range of models, all things considered. That at 24. That's 28. That's not too bad. Let's give it a little shape. Let's bring this back. So everything I'm making on this, the primary scale is 12 millimeter, but I'm just making everything with 50% scale in mind, which it doesn't really matter that much. You can design it either way. Design it at 6 millimeter and then it'll double very easily, or design it at 12 millimeter, bearing in mind that everything has to work at half scale. But it's sort of a new initiative to make a series of pieces that are easily printed anywhere from 12 millimeter scale down to 6 millimeter scale. Oh yeah, yeah, it does. I know, O'Coral. Just bear with me. Dr. Rhino, dude, yeah, man. You too, bro. Like 3? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We might expand that just a little bit. Yeah, you know, that's a good statement, Merlin Models. He does. He really, really does, because he goes out of his way to be such a damn good friend to everybody else. I don't think I'm as good a friend to people as Dr. Rhino generally is. Why is my face up here? It should be down, like, here. Here we go. That's better. You know, Bahamut, that is another passing. You mention Repo, the genetic opera. Paul Servino also passed recently, which is sad. I'm going to take a little bit of complication out of this and just go with this as my primary door. And Hamburg, thank you so much for those gift subs, dude. And more than anything, Hamburg Tech, thank you for being here as often as you are, man. It's always wonderful to see you in chat. Where's my midpoint? There it is. No, not you. There we go. Oh, I want to do that differently. Better make it 1. Yeah, that's better. Anytime I hear surgery, I think of Zydrate. I was thinking about watching that again. That, and when I think of Paul Sorvino, he has such a long and I keep saying distinguished careers. A lot of distinguished careers, what can I say? Obviously Paulie in Goodfellas, but I always think of him in Repo the Genetic Opera, and then I think of him in The Rocketeer. Rock-a-who? Visiting a place in Wales that begins with L. Alec, could you narrow that down maybe just a little bit more, pal? Good God. Yeah, it sucks, Rhino. A couple of major passings recently. Excuse me. What's your Golden Demon plan, Rhino? What are you going to be submitting? I'm sure you've thought about it. Did I call you Rhino? I definitely didn't mean to, Roland. Roland, Rhino, all these words. All these R words. What am I supposed to remember everybody's name at all times of the day? Oh my God. Take that out. Now let's go ahead and grab this whole piece here. And save ourselves a little trouble using the mirror command. Would you please select the correct pane, for God's sake? Oh, I see what the problem is. You selected a face, like a rube. Oh no, is my Twitch dead? Wait, what happened, Project Dark Fox? Is it doing it again? Fuck! I reset it. I need to do my... I guess I just need to redo the damn token. Hang on. Let me do it. Let me do it right now. You know what'd be smart? You know what'd be smart of me? A smart thing that a smart person would do is set themselves like a bi-weekly reminder to do that before it actually needs doing instead of letting it be a problem every single time. But that's something a smarter man than me would do. Authorize. Should have a new token. Alright, let's connect it. Give it a second, try another shout out, and see if that fixed it. It should. It should. I know you did, Riot Sister, but then I started working on something else. These projects need doing too. I appreciate your sacrifice, Riot Sister. I truly do. Hey, Plankwalker. Plankwalker, you have a subscription now. Hamburg Tack just dropped some gifties on us. I was going to paint, and then I literally was just like, I had an idea, and I just felt like I needed to get it out before I forgot what I was trying to do. Also, how you doing, Riot Sister? It's good to see you.
Hello there.
Alright, these two. Go down into here. This can go away for the moment. As can that. What's the best way to join these together? Probably don't need to overcomplicate it too terrible much, do I? No. No, I don't believe I do. 70 by 70. Yeah, that should be right. Bring that up. Trickiest thing is that lower intersection, but I can smooth those details out no problem. So this is not Roland. This is something else that I need to get done before that. just click it. I could just click it. 4.292 should be 1.5. Yep. It should just be 1.5 again. Oh, Data Nerd, thank you for the reminder. You actually made me realize I haven't gotten myself a water just now. Give me a minute and I'll go grab one. Alright, that's the basics of the X. I can leave that for now. I'm really kind of just doing basic blocking and concept work on this tonight because this is an idea I just had. It's not super complicated, but I think it's going to be kind of neat. Now, I think I create a point here. Yeah. And give myself a midpoint line. So tired of running the house solo. I'm sorry to hear that, Bahamut. High-tech oh my god, Wiley Cliff got me. Super dead at work today, and the punch-out phone call was super passionate person about a road. Always at the end of the day, isn't it? Oh, my nose is so itchy today. No, I want you perpendicular. Crosses the revolve axis. It shouldn't. It should just be able to sweep along that path. Maybe if I create a new profile. The profile crosses the revolve axis. Oh, Fusion, you're so much fun sometimes. Let's cut it in half, then. Maybe that'll fix it. Oh, they aren't about roads. They're not about roads at all. again. Fusion can be a little idiosyncratic sometimes when something should work simply and it just decides, for whatever reason, it doesn't wanna. I think maybe it's because of how far over this is. So what's the easiest way that I could do that? In fact, that's almost certainly what it is it doesn't want to rotate back on itself. Okay. I don't want to combine these into one body, but I do want to keep their geometry the way it is right now. Hey, Shiny Mew, good to see you. How you doing today? A loft isn't going to give me what I want. A loft is going to give me a real funny shape, but let's go ahead and see what it does anyway. Yeah, nothing, really. Do it manually. I don't want to. I mean, okay, I know a way to fix this. I'm just being lazy about it, and ultimately, being lazy often results in just doing more work than you would otherwise. Okay, fine. I'll fix it. Let's just remove those sketches and make it easy on ourselves. Oh my god, Romeo Void. 18 months, woot indeed. Romeo, how are you doing today? Welcome in, thank you so much for the resub. So what I need... is to move these 2 points into contact with one another by moving each of these pieces out by an equal distance. And there's a simple mathematical way to do this. I just need to stare at it for a minute and I'll figure it out. It's this point. It's this cross point is what it is. In fact, I can do that. It's the point at which it crosses that axis. So it's right there. It's easier than I was making it in my head. Right there. So the distance is 1.373 millimeters. Right? I don't want to move the body. I want to move the component. That's very, very important because of the way I'm building this. I have to move the component, not the body. 1.373. And then if I move this, 1.373, those 2 points will match up. That might not be totally right because of the chamfer. Because it's still going to rotate on the further, the furthest point, so let me redo that. But that's easy enough to figure out. Because this is the actual furthest corner. So it is 2.528. I know, this has to be just so fascinating. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I see what I did wrong. I brought that too high. Okay, one more time, and this time using a little trick I like to call the right way. Yeah, I know. I'll go get some water. I'll go get some water. Give me just a second. Let me position these properly. As I make this needlessly complex. I was extending it outwards because the chamfer actually goes out further than that. But this will be the actual value. 1.806. There we go. Now watch this. Watch really, really basic math that everybody already knows work. Oh my god, it's amazing. It's like I once went to school or something. It's like I graduated from junior high at one point. Oh my gosh. Riot's sister, 29 months. Oh my god. It's almost like the number keeps going up. That's insane. Alright. Now we're gonna find out if I was right about why that operation was failing before, and if this was even worth doing. It might not have been. It really may not have been. That's the funny thing about any piece of software, though, is you just keep fooling with it and finding ways to do the things you want to do. Now, are you gonna... the fuck is that? Oh, I know what that is. It's me being dumb. Alright. Give me the sweep that I want. Crosses the revolve axis. You fuck. Well, yeah, that can work. I wanted that curve in there, but it doesn't want to give it to me. Let's see if I can get it to use that rail. There you go. That's the ticket. Self-intersection or bad geometry. Fuck you. It was not self-intersecting. You're just lying. You're lying, machine that can't lie. Alright, alright, alright. Center line. Here. New body. You like that better, don't you? Don't use it as a rail, use it as a center line. Presto changeo. Alright, now. Why do you not consider that to be a flat face? You really should. What could it possibly be other than that? Let's bring it up by 0.5. Chop it off and see if you'll then recognize it. Oh, nope, don't do that. Yeah, okay, that's weird, but now it does want to accept it, so I ain't gonna complain too terrible much. cut this chunk out. Make this go away. Grab you, and let's go ahead and make a circular pattern on our central axis. 3 copies only, please. And there we go. That's what I wanted to do. Nice, even, simple, and matching up with all the pre-existing geometry. Way more work than it probably should have been. Alright, give me just a second, folks. I'm gonna go grab some water so I can actually hydrate myself a little bit. I'll be right back. And there's nothing on the printer right now. I have to replace a fan. Sorry about that, so you can enjoy the slideshow instead. Okay. Now I can actually hydrate a wee little bit. Oh. So I have an apple here. We got these apples at Costco, and they came in a cardboard box, which is ridiculous. I don't know why anyone would package apples in a cardboard box, but okay, it did. And the box on it said, "The ultimate apple experience." Now, mind you, this is a good-looking apple. No bruising, no weird spots. These are the money apples, is what these are. But are they the ultimate apple experience? Is it common? I never buy apple. Around here, at least, apples usually come in bags, which makes more sense to me. I guess cardboard is probably more environmentally friendly than plastic is. I drink my apples. Cider doesn't count, Roland. No, that's... Come on. We're gonna have to test this, though. Is this the ultimate apple experience? It is a gala apple, is what it is, Data Nerd. We're gonna find out. This isn't even the best gala apple I've ever had. It's good. It's crisp. It's sweet. Like, this is a quality. A quality apple, but the ultimate apple experience? I'm with you, Riot Sister. Honey Crisps. Honey Crisps, and there's another one we've been getting at the grocery store. I think they're called, like, Cosmic Crisp or something. It's a nonsense name, but they are delicious. It's good. It's a fine apple. The ultimate apple experience, I call bullshit. That's just silly. In fact, I'm gonna demand a refund for that. You can't go saying things like that. Or, I mean, you know, you probably can, but There are the basic shapes established. And now I'm going to work on something else. This is good. My. Alright, I have 140 here to work with. What's the best way to pattern this out? Chop you in half for starters. $106. Which I determined the story would be 20. So 5. Five going up, that's not bad. I can work with that. I do love apples. I enjoy fruit in general. We got some nectarines, too, that were... to their credit, the nectarines were fucking amazing. When you can smell a nectarine when it's on the rack, it's like, oh, man. You know that's the time. I think you're biased, Grisala. Gus Schultz, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. I've always found pomegranates, like, a lot of work to eat. I don't know. It seems like a lot of effort to go through. One here, row of windows, one here. $70. Okay. Break this up. Go up 20. In that far raised Dizix. How you doing today, man? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Now we're at 106, and I want to do 20, 20, 20, 20. So if I move this up 5, that'll give me a little bit of leeway. So let's do that. All right, here's the whole area. Now 12. Okay. And if I come out from that and add 180, I want to be at 150 degrees. Okay. So like there is what I'm looking at, and that's going to be... here to here, 11 millimeters. It's not terribly deep, but I think it's probably fine for our purposes. Now we're going to want to come in at least 2, and then we're going to want to go up at least 6 or 7. I think that's probably not bad right there. Ever had potato candy? What in God's name? Are you talking about just potatoes? Is that like a funny word for French fries? Because I could see how that might be, in fairness. Yeah, that could work. Okay. Let's give ourselves a pattern here. No, don't do that. Don't be stupid. There we go. Why would you do this? Why would you conceal most of my options? That's ridiculous. Stop that. -20 spacing. Thank you very much. And let's give ourselves 2 more instances. Mashed potatoes, coconut, sweetened condensed milk, confection sugar, covered in dark chocolate. I mean, like, literally everything about that makes sense to me with the notable exception of the potatoes. Where do the potatoes come in? Like, you could just remove the potato from that, and that is delicious. How do you know the printability of the shape when you're designing it? The easiest rule of thumb, Wiley Cliff, at least for, well, like, I've just tested it a lot. But as far as overhangs go, 30 degrees. 30 degrees is the magic number. Potato ice cream. I guess in Idaho they just turn potatoes into literally everything. I think in potatoes I just think French fries and vodka. This is it, huh? This is the Needham. Like, I would try this. I'm not against this in any way. I just look at it and I think, but why the potatoes? Is it a texture thing? Is it like how they use, like, figs and apples as, like, a more of a binding agent for other flavors? Because I know coconut doesn't bind all that well. It tends to be real flaky. Yes. I would fucking love some, Roland, if you felt like sending it my way. It is no, Wily Cliff, let's watch ourselves here. There is no new Choco Taco. The Choco Taco is barely in the grave. For God's sake, people. And let's go up. Another 1.5, and then we're going to come. We're at 90 here, going up, so 120. Give ourselves another pattern. I really don't know, like, I have never seen this before, why my rectangular pattern dialog box has shrunk itself and won't. The scroll bar is bizarre. Usually all these options are just listed. Oh, Fusion 360, why do you change things? Okay, we're set to spacing, so I should just be able to set this to 20. Give myself 4 of them. See, Privateer Press is ditching resin, metal casting, and overseas molding for 3D printing. I did see that to Square. I'm very curious how it's going to go for them. It's an interesting move, to say the least. I wonder why they are finding 3D printing to be a preferable option to even like Scio casting. Because that is a remarkably affordable option for someone at their level of production. At least it should be. They're going to be processing a lot of 3D prints. Well, I hope they will be, and I hope that they move that way for Warcaster. I think I mentioned on the Discord, like, my biggest complaint, like, I love Warcaster. And I love playing that game. My biggest complaint about it is I have to paint metal models, and that drives me fucking crazy. Really cool super printers out there. Yeah, but for mass production, it's really hard to justify resin 3D printing still versus many forms of resin casting. It's just an odd jump to me. From metal and some resin casting to full 3D printing. I don't know. That is for me a real wait and see as far as how it goes and what the viability is. I'm curious how it's going to go for them. They're still digging themselves out of a hole as far as gamer perception goes. I hope it goes well. I really do. So that would be 4 foot. I don't want it that big. That's pretty reasonable. That they're going to 3D printing, but they're still producing all of their own with no intention to release STLs. Like, I understand not wanting to release STLs. That's still a business model that no one has found a good way to make reasonably profitable yet. But I don't know. I just don't know. I hope they do it for Warcasters so I can stop painting metal models, because that is genuinely a great game that I enjoy playing. And I guess that they're moving their Warjacks for War Machine in the direction of having multiple loadouts and magnet sockets. And again, I really wish they'd fucking thought of that when they were doing Warcaster, because I had to recreate all of the weapons for Warcaster with my own 3D models so that I could do my own magnetizing on it. Like, apparently I should have just held out and not played the goddamn game, and they would have eventually done what I wanted them to do. That would have been a thing. Oh well. Oh well, I say. You're doing spacing. Let's go ahead and make you symmetric so I can put one down low. Let's increase our number, and let me suppress this one. Thank you very much. Huh. That's odd. Why didn't you actually pattern everything that I wanted you to? Better supply for demand spikes. It's like I say, it's a bold move and it's kind of untested, so I'm very curious to see how it goes. I don't have the negative feelings toward Privateer Press that a lot of people do. I think that they've always designed good rules, and I'm really into their new game. I can be pretty forgiving about flubs when it comes to production, as long as they give me good rules and good models, so I'll sit here with my metal Warjacks and hopefully get some 3D printed ones in the near future. I don't mind buying 3D prints as long as they're making good ones. I think maybe my biggest bit of reticence when it comes to buying 3D prints like that is just, are they all going to be processed up to the same quality? Because the 3D print production, like batch to batch, can vary in quality depending on how they're supporting them, how they're removing the support, so on and so forth. So it really depends on how they do it. Obviously, I'm in favor of being able to customize my models. I'm going to do this differently. Instead of bringing the whole damn thing in. Let's give you a little profile chop there. Let's just make a wedge. And that way I don't have to bring everything in. Keep it a little larger. New body. Symmetric. Bring the other piece in. Bind it all together. Easy peasy. Out, and you can have the draft along your whole edge. Won't that make you feel special? Now, you are a single object, are you? Nope, you're not. That probably explains why I was having this issue before, is because I made a new body for some stupid reason. Now, I do want to go ahead and do this in that case. Two. Yeah. That'll have to do. Stop trying to bond with the fucking guide rails. There you go. They buy from HP. 3D systems or desktop metal is ways to crank out hundreds of thousands of parts a year with controlled quality and ease of post-processing. I just haven't seen anyone that is on Privateer Press's usual scale producing that way, which is why I'm uncertain about it to Square. I'm like I said though, I'm open to it. I'm open to seeing what they do. Obviously, I believe in 3D printing as a technology. I do enough of it myself. Working on a ton of projects right now. Really looking forward to getting back to high productivity. Colonel Matthew Steiner, I cannot wait to see what you get up to. I think I changed my mind about this. I don't think I like this. I think I like this idea better. Nope, not intersect. Good God. I think I like this idea better. Let's see how it looks if I actually do it, though. Where are the hexes? Always with the damn hexes. Steel Warrior Studios haunts my dream with his fucking hexes. Steel Warrior, how you doing today, man? Oh, nope, not a sketch there. There we go. And let's make you disappear. Sent me a funny screenshot. Probably not good to look at it while live. Wait, do I even want to? I mean, I'm going to now. You can't just say things like that to me and have me not go look at them, okay? You know... Yeah. You know me. You do know me, Steel Warrior Studios. That does in fact put a little smile on my face. I'm not gonna lie. It's certainly reassuring. Well, that is none of your damn business, Project Dark Fox. No, it's basically a private joke that Steel Warrior and I have had going for a little while. Oh, 0.5. That ought to do it. Why, Roland? Why Jello? The answer's never Jello. I don't understand your obsession with it. Okay. Now... I should be able to pattern these two. Wait, I want to pattern the window first. Damn you. You know, I've had, what was it? Was it coconut Jello? That was actually pretty good. It's maybe the only Jello that it's not like I strongly dislike it. I've never in my life been eating something and thought to myself, oh, you know, this would be better if it was in Jello form. No, god damn it, I hate it when it does that. It's a fun throwback food. Yeah, it's one of those where we made it because we were like, isn't chemistry amazing? Nuclear power and Jello. Look at all these plastics. These'll never be a problem. Let's manufacture them in mass quantities and use them for packaging literally everything. The future is magic. Okay. So now what I want to try to do, let's make you disappear for a moment. Let's mirror you minus you over here. Boom, like so. Alright, now let's cut you on this plane here. And make this go away. Magnificent. Now let's bring you back. Actually, no, let's not do that yet, because I didn't establish a plane there. Crap. I should have. I'll just do it now because I'm going to use it multiple times, and it's stupid not to have a construction plane there. I get so lazy sometimes. Okay, much easier. Oh, Hamburg, thank you. You caught me slouching. Pudding is a better Jell-O. It's basically just chocolate Jell-O, and who doesn't want that? Actually, I think it's easier to move literally all of these just straight up 20. Get rid of you. And move you down 40. Now we're cooking. You can use Jell-O to make easy ice cream. Is that a thing? This is all singular body. That piece is in there. Those are... Oh, shit. You know what? I forgot to do something. Forgot to do something, but it shouldn't be too hard to fix, at least. So let's just do it now. There we go. Actually, I think there's an easier way to do that. A smarter way to do that. There is. And I will. Just like that. Let's go ahead and bring you up and all the other ones. And like so. Oh, takers on street tacos. Oh shit, Desert Owl, you getting street tacos there, buddy? I missed that. Send me some. No, don't delete that. What are you doing? Keep that. Delete these. Because those are all unnecessary at this point. Now, there's going to be more detailing on all of this. Like I said, I'm blocking out my concept here for refinement. Should have did this before I patterned them. Been cooking for the last 2 hours. I mean, really, man, count me in. Excuse me. Maybe some vertical details. I'm not going to worry about that right now. That's all refinement. These are basics. Okay. What we need is a component, and then to grab everything here and make it a part of that component. And then take literally everything and mirror that shit. All right. So, basic concept that is still allowing for additional pieces and styles, and this is literally just the first style. But I had this idea earlier, and like I said, I just kind of wanted to block it out. High density residential. And this needs more detailing. Put some windows and bits in here. And then end caps also. But the idea here is that you can essentially print as many of these pieces as you want and paint them. And then you can build residential complexes, high-density residential complexes, either on a grid, or with Y-splits, or as single pieces. Oh, thank you, Project Dark Fox. That's a good idea. It is. It's basically a build-your-own apartment block, Steel Warrior. And the only thing limiting you is how many of these connector components you have. And then they just have these little soft hook interlocks. So you can sort of use them in the same way that in a 28mm game you would use walls to kind of block out You know, the flow of your game. But is it hexed? It's not hexed at all. Ain't not a fucking hex to be seen. No, I don't want to make a hole. Stop that. Use that as our axis. And I'll make multiple of this piece with the same connectors on either end, but just with different styles so you can add more, you know, visual diversity to it. And I'm just, this is just for demonstration purposes, I'm just building some of them out to show how. And this is the kind of building I like. A few simple components that in multiples give you nearly endless variation. And then again, all you really need are the smaller end cap pieces for each one of these. And I'm thinking these pieces, a few different visual styles. Yes, Fire Smoke. I was thinking an archway. I was thinking a destroyed version. So, Altruazine... I've used these connectors, these specific connectors before on some other pieces. And I prefer these to doing magnets just because you don't need any additional components to make this work. I love magnets myself, but I'm always a little reluctant to release something that depends on magnets. I do have several pieces that use magnets to connect, but they also have small male-female connectors, so if you don't feel like using magnets, you can still soft interlock them. I prefer these little mechanical connections. And these, in particular, are durable, and the way it works is because of the way they're shaped. You have the connector piece and you have the apartment piece, and you just put it in and then lock it like that. And that way you can slide them around on the board and nothing's going to come apart until you lift one of them up and slide them apart. And I try to create them with the most use in mind. So it'll be the Peachtree Apartments. Well, you know what's funny, Rockin' Robin Workshop? I've considered that. I have considered making peach trees. I ran the calculations on it. It would be something in 6mm scale. Hang on, let's see. God damn it, the API error is still coming up. I just redid its token. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for everybody who isn't getting the proper shoutouts today. Let's see, a millimeter is a foot. Kilometer is 1,000 millimeter, or 1,000 meters. A millimeter is, or rather 1 meter is 1,000 millimeters, is it not? This is how the metric system works. Okay, it's less than that. Let's divide that into inches. Wait, that can't be right. Okay, yeah. Why? So, basing this on the 11 billion millimeters. Thank you. And it's very, very convenient that Dredd at the end of that movie is standing at the top of peach trees and informs us that we are a kilometer above ground. So, peach trees and the mega block itself, in 6mm scale, would be approximately 1 million millimeters tall. And if we're saying 25 millimeters per inch, that is 40,000 inches tall, which is 3,000 feet tall. That's so no, I won't be doing peach trees at any point. That's maybe a little tall for your average gaming board. Yeah, that can't be right. What did I do wrong there? I messed up something very, very simple. Because the first time I did that, I think I came up with like 50 feet. So I fudged some very, very simple metric math there on one of the simplest conversions humanly possible. What are peach trees? You're teasing. You're teasing. You know what peach trees is. Yeah, 1 to 285. I'm going off of standard easy conversion at 6mm scale, equaling 1 millimeter is roughly 1 foot. That's a pretty good rule of thumb for doing 6mm. The point is, mega blocks are fucking gigantic. Way, way, way too big to make anything even remotely that close in miniature form. But this... Let's see. For scaling purposes here. For bonus points, does anyone know what peach trees in the movie Dredd was named for? Oh, thank you, Data Nerd. That's very helpful. And again, bearing in mind this is all unfinished, I'm just blocking out and whipping this up here. Make the robots fight! That's kind of what they're doing. Well, this is a quick, easy visualization for you here. That's one that I modified myself a while ago, Kursala. It would have been the first Goblin that he released. Very scaled down version of it. I always have an issue with doing skyscrapers on tabletop, Rockin' Robin. It's just that you don't want more than one on a board, and you kind of always want to put it in the center. In the very, very center of the board. And even then it can be a pain in the ass, and it's for one very simple reason, which is you have to reach around it when you're playing, and you're more likely than not at some point going to just smack it with your arm when you're not thinking about it. You're going to reach for something, you're going to bring your arm back, and you're going to smack the back of your hand into it, and you're going to move it. They just don't make for good gameplay for the most part. You have to be careful around them. So I try to suggest skyscrapers while making them technically kind of squat. Like, Trinity Tower should be much, much taller, really, but I just make it a little... Keep it, yeah, under a foot. I think, no, I'm not even, no. Don't glue things to your table, sewer creature. Be some nice base blocks, make a connector that has a mech-sized door. I'm sort of thinking forward on this in that you could have different types of connector using this same system to make multiple different building styles, whether they be residential, industrial, or military. And this goes along with the other structure in this set so far, which is currently inside of this other building, but let's move it. Just making a mess of everything right now for the sake of visualization. Oh no, it's the wrong top. I did it all wrong. Damn it. Oh, Dr. Jest, absolutely. I have an expansion for Hextech lined up that will hopefully be coming out this fall. And we're going to have more hills coming out soon, and I'm also working on the destroyed versions of Trinity City Downtown version 2. Rockin' Robin Workshop, have you looked at, like, I did the curtain wall set for Hextech, and it is very, very much inspired by Mega City 1's boundary wall. It's so damn close, it's perhaps arguably too close. Me just relying on the fact that not that many people are huge Judge Dredd fans. The power of imagination. How you doing today, Dr. Jest? You like the Hextech line? I'm always glad to hear that people enjoy that line. Yeah, we're gonna have a fresh expansion for it this fall, and then after that, and I've been saying this for a while, but I mean it this time, we're gonna be putting a pause on new sets, and we're just gonna go through every set that currently exists for Hextech and release a few more buildings for each one, expand on what's there, and make sure that we're taking time to address problems in the previous set. Not problems, but just make improvements on the previous sets. And I already owe Steel Warrior Studios an update to some of our original products in the raised forward base and comm center sets. Absolutely, Automat. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I'd love to see it. People post commissioned art there all the time. And this, specifically this building, you can see it is in bottom and top form, because the idea here is that you have 2 or 3 different versions of the bottom, 2 or 3 different versions of the top, that all have the same joint profile in the middle, so you can mix and match the pieces to make multiple buildings all of a similar style. And all of these are lacking the final detail passes. These are the initial blockouts. But this gives you an idea of the scale. And all of these are being designed with 12mm and 6mm printing in mind. But between a series of structures like this apartment building set, just the basics, and this is something I think about when I'm designing everything now. This style of building, I can release new visual styles with the same physical connectors down the road, so that you can use these same parts to build new things once you have different styles. But I get the base set out, and then I can come back to it and I can expand on it. Either way, I'm thinking 2 or 3 styles of the high-density residential, the connector pieces, this structure with 2 bottoms and 2 tops, and then a series of single-piece, small industrial buildings to go with. And this should be enough to get you started building a 4x4 for 12mm gaming. This scale is good for Revelations Skirmish, which is the primary visual inspiration. I've been working with Rick Graham at White Light Media for this set. It's also the right scale for Cav Strike Ops, and it is the right scale for Heavy Gear Blitz. So if you play any of those games, these are going to be ideal pieces. You'll also note that I'm putting in some things like this, these little catwalks. I'm sizing these so that 25mm bases will fit on all of them, and I plan to have more of these. The idea being that infantry bases, very specifically, can occupy these raised platforms without too much difficulty. I like infantry occupying structures, and I like to have a visual representation of it, and saying my infantry move into this building and then putting them on these catwalks is nice, and it visually represents them having a good amount of cover from these war mechs outside. But I think everything is in scale at the very least. Alright, let's keep working on this. Oh my god. Shock21, looky here. Looky at all 23 months of them. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Now let's make all this shit go away. But, you know, this is the basic building concept. And, you know, you don't have to make these long complexes of them. You could do 2 with end caps, and then do that in a series of rows. You could use these X's to make, like, a long series of them with just 2 hanging off of either side. Like, it really leaves... What it lets you do is just print a series of the same pieces and paint them, and then recombine them into a nearly endless number of shapes based on how you feel like building your city board on that particular day. That's how I like to design terrain, because that's how I like to build boards. And I don't like painting too many things. I like painting something one time and then getting maximum utility out of it. Now, something I do want to check here. Let's let that go away. Grab this component. And thank you so much for your support, by the way, Shock. Did I thank you? I certainly meant to. Feeling a little called out, are we, Ultrazine? Altruazine? I'm gonna forget that I just every single time, I hope you know. These are my Ender 3 printing boundaries. These are my limits for any single printer piece. And I just want to see... Yeah, I'm pushing it a little bit here as it is. Now, that could get me some extra space. Maybe I don't want to do it that way. Connect to a university kind of building feeling. And that's the other thought too, is I can make different structures that have this end piece. And then it's the same theory as my curtain walls for Trinity City. You can then connect that whole complex into something else. And I need to do more detailing on here. This is really just the very basic idea. Oh, I wanted to make an L-shaped connector too. I should do that. I should do that right now before I forget. Because I've got an X, I have a Y, I have a straight, and I want an L shape. Yeah. So I'm going to duplicate this. Make the straight connector go away. Grab my connector end. Go ahead, create a circular pattern out of it. And we're going to turn on suppress and make 2 of these go away. Just like so. The billboard frames on the connectors. That's a good idea, Wiley Cliff. Really, I never promise that I'm going to use ideas people throw out, but you really do feel free. If you have an idea, if there's something you'd like to see, please do let me know. Now, these are admittedly non-Hextech, but they are perfectly good for Battletech Alpha Strike. All of these are printable at 50% scale, and it's as easy as just in Cura, 50% scale, boom, now you're printing at 6mm. It's kind of the thing I love about designing for 12mm. It's exactly double. Building new extruder, so I should be able to start printing with my Mountain Dew filament soon. I hope it's just Mountain Dew colored. I really do. I really do hope that. Would these be close to the same scale as GW Titanicus? Titanicus is 8mm scale? Right? I think Titanicus is 8mm scale. Oh, the Mountain Dew bottle filament. That's right, you were talking about that. That's pretty cool, Gimishkar, and I do wonder how that's gonna go, because that's essentially just PETG, isn't it? Talking about printing epic scale Warhammer. Yeah, so I would have to jump into Calculator to figure out what percentage you would scale this to, Robin. But yeah, you could print this at Titanicus scale, no problem. This, in its raw form, is actually a little large. And the reason that I'm designing it at 12mm scale, at its maximum scale, is very, very simple. And it's because that lets me use this reference point to say, like, at its maximum intended scale, what is going to fit on a printer. Because at 6mm scale, or down at Titanicus scale, like, you're going to have plenty of extra room. But this is the maximum size that it's going to get, and it has to fit on this plate. And then you can scale it down as needed. Yeah, you would scale it down to something like, probably like 60%, and then it would be Titanicus scale. But that's not hard to do at all, Robin. That digital Tokyo look. Alright, let me see here. I want to... I'm gonna have to modify this, aren't I? The X is the same way, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I want to use these as solid components. I don't want to make this too much bigger, though. Well, I'm just going to leave it as is for right now. You over here. coordinates. Go ahead and create that curve. Yeah, you don't want to, because of that damn revolve axis issue. Well, I mean, there's an easier way to do it again. I don't want to break them out of being components. I guess I can keep them as components and just copy the bodies out. That's going to be the easiest way to do it. Fine. Let's do that, and then I'll make any modifications I need to afterwards. Trick is I need to keep them all oriented the same, because that way you can actually build them on a grid and connect them and they'll line up. Hey, Ion Raptor, how you doing today, man? Let's just copy the body. Make the connectors themselves disappear. Make that circular pattern, suppress the ones I don't want, like so. Yeah, I reset the token, I reset the damn bot. I don't know. I don't know, Kursala. It's frustrating me. It's been popping up for more people than just me lately, at the very least. I guess that's something. There. That's ultimately what I wanted to do. And then do some more detailing here in the middle. But that way you've got an X, you've got an L, you've got a Y. The only one that doesn't link up together in a grid is going to be the Y, but, you know, whatever. Repurpose these apartments for a large battlecruiser body. Fire Smoke, I love your initiative. I mean, you're out of your mind, but I love your initiative. I don't want to make any promises, but I was eyeballing some very particular designs for a Billion Suns fleet recently that I thought I might delve into just as kind of a fun little exercise. I'm glad to hear that, Ion. So, I can share with you. We've got, let me pull them up here. We should be making the files for that Di Tommaso mech available here in the near future. But I can't help but wonder, chat. I've been talking with Steel Warrior Studios, and again, no promises on this. We're talking about making some mech designs available in Siocast, starting with a Lance pack of mechs, a 4-pack of mechs, if you will, specifically our De Tommaso mech, our Trenchfoot, and then 2 more additional designs. Now, there are some startup costs associated with this. They're not insurmountable, but they're not insignificant at the same time. And this is the kind of thing that we might go ahead and crowdfund, mostly to sort of gauge what the interest level is. I would love. I was, I didn't want to say that, Ion Raptor, but I was kind of thinking that. Like, maybe if I start my Billion Suns stuff, Ion Raptor will be like, oh shit, I gotta finish my fleet. Because you have some fucking awesome designs, man. Now, like I said, we're just in the initial phases of figuring out how much this is going to cost, but we might put this up as like a stream crowdfunding initiative to sort of gauge interest and see if you guys would be interested in a run of 100 to 500 of these 4-packs that we could make available in Siocast. They would be multi-part models. If you've seen the De Tomaso, it has multiple sets of arms, multiple sets of legs, so you could pose them in different postures depending on how you wanted to build them. The designs would be the Trenchfoot and the De Tomaso, which currently exist. I can show you our initial sketches for the other 2 mechs that would be in that pack, if you're interested. Let me get them pulled up here. Damn it, where's the other one? No, these are not finalized sketches yet, but they're getting very, very close. The first of them is... I should just be able to drag this over, yeah? Zoop! A little battle mech you might recognize some of the visual influences for, which we are tentatively titling the Pioneer. And actually, that's not even the one I wanted to show off. Where's the other one? Because I requested a different version, and that's this one. What do you think? You think square launcher or you think round launcher? Because honestly, I like the round launcher. Oh, thanks for got it wrong. I appreciate that. Well, these legs are based on a couple of very particular artistic influences, and the legs are honestly my favorite part of this whole design. They're very sleek. Both may be the answer, Gimish Car, specifically because this particular model, there won't be any notable arm variants. Hang on, I've got my own stream on in the background, and it's like super distracting. Okay, there we go. But because there won't be any notable arm like pose variants, there's just the arms that go straight on like that. We can potentially have different options for the launchers and have them be a separate piece. We're still talking about that. We're still in the design phase on this one. Well, we have other breakdowns of how the torso fits together, Vergata Rung. Trust us, we're going over this. It has a longer neck. Like the square, round gives the illusion of a weird second head. Well, I do appreciate the input. Yeah, that's the thing, is right now, the artist likes the square, I like the round. We might do both. We might do both. Looks like a Dugrum rifleman with a chest burster. Yeah, I can see that. Personally, for God Wrong, the legs are my favorite part of this design. I think that they are just so fantastic and sleek. Ooh, I like them so much. So this is one of the 2 designs, and the other one, which is, again, this is in very early design phase. We haven't finalized any part of this. And look, I'm curious. I'm curious if anyone will recognize the mech that this is inspired by as far as American mech designs with all of the changes that we have made to it. Let's see, I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you the name that we've come up with for it, that I'm leaning towards, and then you can tell me if you recognize what it is inspired by. And this is, I am tentatively titling this the Seeger. It's not an urban mech, no. Wow. Damn, Vergata Wrong, you just You just fucking nailed it. That was I don't know. I mean that's good. That's fantastic. That means that we're close enough that it is recognizable. I guess I just expected it to take a little bit longer. Maybe the name gave it away. So, the initial pack would be those 4. With multiple leg pose options, multiple arm pose options. Very few with the SRM in the chest. Okay, fair enough. I figured the weaponry loadout would probably give it away. The Sazabi is... We've definitely considered that there are some visual similarities with that one, Trotsky. We've been expanding our visual influences a little bit past the roster just from Dougram into other work that Kunio Okawara also did. The other 2 Fire Smoke are the De Tomaso that I've been working on for a little while, and the Trenchfoot, which are solid proxies for the Panther and the Trebuchet. So it's essentially 2 lights, a medium, and then an assault. Yes, Shiny Mew, we're going to be getting going with that in about 15 minutes. And this isn't like... This whole thing really just started off as, hey, let's make a couple and see where it goes. And we've been talking about... See, I like the leg thick, Trotsky, but again, this one was literally born today. We're in the earliest stages of figuring out how it goes together. We're playing with the proportions of it. I really kind of like it being very, very square and really leg heavy. It kind of shares some proportions with the classic Thunderbolt in that sense, and then with a real narrow waist, so it looks almost like a bodybuilder, you know? That's funny, Vergatarung, because I've been encouraging an increase on the hip joint action. It's a brutal bitch, though, and it would be like... You know, bearing in mind, the thing I kind of like about it being this wide is that it doesn't need to be insanely tall at that point. Then your light mechs are going to be coming up to about right here, and your medium mechs are going to be coming up to about right here. But this is going to be a big fucking model by the end. I think the best argument, honestly, for reducing the legs a little bit is just that we want all of these to fit easily on a standard hex base. And if you make the legs too wide, too big, then he's overshooting the hex base, and that always irritates me. I actually have a few alternate versions of the visor. This is the initial concept. Sort of a mecha sallet. That's a good point. That is a reasonable point for Gatarung. Otherwise, his arms are always going to have to be cocked out to some degree. But his torso is pretty damn wide, too. Yeah, that being said, like, you know, once we get to the point of actually doing the 3D modeling, I'll be making my own modifications to make everything fit. But I think having the hips and the shoulders be the same width. Not the shoulder plates, but the actual shoulder joints being at the same width as the outer point of the hips is going to be pretty important. But yeah, these will be the next 2. Hey, Voxel Forge, good to see you. More than likely. More than likely, these are the next 2. Kind of looks like a linebacker with minor knight influences. See, this works for me, Clink, because you're repeating words that I used in my initial pitch. I very specifically used the word linebacker when I was talking about kind of how I wanted the forward profile to be. Yeah, the legs came out really great, didn't they, Voxel Forge? Personally, and I know Vergatarung apparently isn't a fan of the legs over here on what we're calling the Pioneer, but I love these legs. These are heavily inspired by the Nikolaev from Dougram. It's one of the only pieces of that mech that I wanted to kind of preserve because I hate that mech. I hate everything from the waist up on that mech is garbage. But the legs are nice. The problem for Gadarung is you're describing the Jenner 2C. The Jenner 2C has a reverse jointed leg. The Jenner does not. Well, with good reason for Gadarung. That's, again, the entire artistic concept behind this is, what if we took mechs that weren't designed by Japanese designers and reimagined them through the lens of specifically the artist Kunio Okawara, whose work you may know in Fang of the Sun Dougram and a little show called Mobile Suit Gundam. The visual connection is very much on purpose. What if instead of legs it had wheels? What if it had jets? What if it just had a bundle of tendrils that it scooted around on? I mean, at that point, it's not a mech. That's the problem, Altruzine. You're just describing a tank. Or an armored vehicle. A giant jet skirt. Well, I mean, if we're going the Gundam route, yeah, that could work. That was a thing. Centaur legs? Again, if we're going Gundam, it has been done. It has been done, Clank. There was a Centaur mech, a Centaur Gundam, in Iron-Blooded Orphans. A tank with a head, baby. Now we're just getting it. Now we're getting into Terminator, okay? And like the HK tanks. Don't get me wrong, I love them, but that's not what we're doing. Supernaut, what's up, man? How you doing? We're going over some mech designs. You know what we need? We need some mechs designed by Uroku Saki that all look like kitchen utensils. Or Armored Core. Yeah, no, Armored Core kind of covered everything, though. It's very hard to find a concept that wasn't done in Armored Core at some point. Is anybody else really, really excited by the notion that From Software might revisit Armored Core in the near future? Like, I am... Every time I think about that, I get excited. Because they've just been releasing Dark Souls and Elden Ring and bam, 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 all these super popular games, and they've got so much money and so much clout right now. If they come back to Armored Core, I will be so fucking here for that. So this is, you know what? I'll bring you into that conversation if you want for Gadarung, because that's a conversation that we've been having today. Is specifically how to do digitigrade style legs while maintaining this style. And the best example that we've found of how to do it is in the Glaug, the Zentradi Commander Battle Pod from Macross. And we're sort of, we've kicked around a couple of basic designs for that, but we're not totally happy with where we are yet. But it is a conversation that is happening. Right now we're sticking mostly to the humanoid versions. Right, Tobin? Is a big brutal son of a bitch, isn't it? Well, yes, Automat. Yes, technically. Ever looked at the Wodom form of Turn A Gundam? Is Turn A Gundam... Is that the Mustache Gundam? With the fucking... the whoop? Is that the one? I haven't watched that one. Oh, the Wodom from. Okay. Tom Selleck Gundam. Probably sacrilegious to say this, but I'm not a fan of mecha. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to be a fan of mecha. You know, Shiny Mew, you're in the majority. Mecha is super duper niche. A lot of people it just does nothing for. It's one of those genres where either it grabs something deep inside you, either it grabs hold and doesn't let go, or it just slides right off you. And if it just slides right off you, there's nothing wrong with that. I've never watched Turn A. I am familiar with, obviously, the very odd design aesthetic of the Turn A Gundam. But I've never watched that particular series. I haven't watched Gundam Unicorn either. People seem to like that one, but I don't know. For being as much of a mecha fan as I am, I'm not really that huge a fan of a lot of the Gundam series. Far too many of them, it just eventually move in the same direction of a magical space robot with angel wings that moves at super speed, and by the time we get to that point in the story, I just tune out. Not a fan of mecha. I guess it makes sense as all my favorites are more like amped up chicken walkers. Yeah. As I said, it's you know, different strokes for different folks and all that. I was a bit turned off by giant robots, but then I realized they're just giant walking guns. Yeah, see, I have a very different approach to them, Fire Smoke. I like that they are large representations of humanoid warriors. I'm, fuck yeah, robot jocks. Oh my god, Trotsky. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much. Have one of these. And maybe it's that I saw robot jocks at such a young age. I like the humanoid ones. I like the ones with hands and fists and humanoid legs and heads. And do they make the most sense? No. But no mech really makes any sense. The most practical... That's, I think, fundamentally one of my issues with when you start putting on digitigrade legs and making them into running turrets. It's like, is that arguably the most plausible design for a mech? Yes, and it's still fucking nonsense. There's no version of a mech that isn't complete nonsense, and I feel like trying to move it in the direction of plausibility, it takes away the fun. Because it's never gonna be realistic. There is no such thing as a realistic mech. Even if we could build them, we wouldn't, because they don't make any goddamn sense. They don't solve any problem. You have to make a mech because you want to. Not because you're trying to solve a problem, but because it's cool. It is the rule of cool made manifest. And as soon as you start worrying too much about plausibility, like, I don't know, the rule of cool starts to fade. Unless you can climb inside it and ride it, Fire Smoke. But the thing is, by the time it's large enough for a person to ride inside, you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna put treads on it. And you're gonna do that because legs are delicate. They have way too many moving parts that are way too easy to break and way too difficult to fix. That's what I mean. Even if we could make them, even if we had the magical element X that made building a giant mech possible, it would still be a bad idea compared to a tank or a helicopter, which does everything the mech could possibly do, but better, cheaper, and simpler. It's just wildly impractical. I can respect that, Automat. That's sort of the clan idea, isn't it? Well, yes, Drakari, precisely. In this case, I'm using Element X in its screenwriting sense. Element X just being whatever, literally whatever element with whatever properties you need to make sense out of the physical machines you want to have in your sci-fi story. Unobtainium. Aren't most mechs at their start construction machines? In a lot of universes, yeah, they do write that in. That they start off as, like, agriculture and construction. They did that with 40k. They made the Imperial Knights into, like, construction engines and agriculture engines, and then they said, and then we put guns on them. RPG called Rifts. Supernatural enemies with invisibility were common enough and strong enough they could just flip a tank over. I would argue that they actually did a better job than most in making sense out of them in Macross, too, because the idea of the mechs in Macross was, outside of the fact that they were jets that transformed into mechs, the concept of the mech was that the Zentradi were about that big. They were about 30 feet tall. Just the aliens that were invading us were like 30-foot tall humanoids. And so having a machine that made a human soldier into a roughly 30-foot tall humanoid was leveling the playing field for then fighting the Zentradi. It's flimsy, but I buy it, as much as I buy anything else in Macross. That's fine, Automat. Helicopter. Problem solved. I struggle to imagine a scenario where there's terrain that rough that you need to cross that badly, that there isn't a better answer to in some way, or that combat engineers couldn't solve, to the point that it justifies creating a mechanism that is that fragile. Because that, I think, is the most important thing to bear in mind, is I don't care what you're building it out of, at all. Those legs, those joints, those are gonna be fragile. Short of waving your hands in the air and inventing some impenetrable alloy, what's going to happen is you're going to take it onto the battlefield and somebody's going to jam something into the back of the knee joint, and then it's never going to move again. And then you've just invested billions of dollars in a useless fucking paperweight. Choppers are loud, and I'm in this magical world of ours, are we pretending that a 50-foot tall mech would be quieter than a chopper? Because that seems a little crazy to me. Choppers are very, very effective. BOV, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the 16 months, man. It's good to see you. And you know, this is all just bullshit. This is arguing nonsense physics just for the fun of it. Just put pillows on the mech's... Oh, shit. I didn't think of that. Oh man. Walter's Workshop just blew a huge hole in my whole concept. And I mean, we're talking about this as if you could make something that large with feet that wouldn't just sink into the ground every single time it took a step. Which... That is a huge leap of logic right there. There's a massive leap of logic. Because as soon as you built a mech, it would take a step and it would just jump right into the fucking ground. And if it didn't do it immediately, it would do it after 10 steps. Like, it's just a horrible idea. Would a mech be more viable in a low-grav world? Probably, Trotsky. Because weight is one of the biggest problems with it. Ultimately. Rule of cool. And so, I'm with you on that one, Wiley Cliff. We built them because they're awesome. We imagine them because they're awesome. And to me, what's awesome is a big fucking humanoid machine. I view mechs as... It's like a knight in shining armor on his steed. It is symbolic. It is a force multiplier. The steed is the mech. The knight is the pilot. And for it to be a big representation of the human form is intrinsically intimidating and inspiring in equal measure. Being able to reach out with a giant hand. Being able to unfold a massive chainsaw dick. These are the things. These are the things that fire the imagination. Big, pumping, thrusting pistons. Damn it, it's amazing. God bless America. Mechs are impractical. Space Marine development program would be money far better spent. You know, we've been over the Space Marine theory countless times in all sorts of different levels of fiction, and we keep coming up with the same problem, which is it seems like as soon as we don't have anything for a Space Marine to do, as soon as we're like, okay, Space Marine, now go sit in the barracks and wait for the next war, problems just start to crop up. That's like, you're just asking for trouble. Oh, you know what, Walter's Workshop, have you seen Robot Jocks, dude? That's what movie that's from. And it's fucking amazing. The only fisting machine you can show on Twitch. He's not wrong. Fire Smoke, thank you so much for the sub. Hitting that 5 months. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. Thank all you guys. Thank you all so much for all your support. Walter's Workshop, we're going to have to fix that, dude. Robot Jocks is fucking awesome.
Won't wake your mind until you dead.
And how can you not love such amazing dialogue? How can you not appreciate such incredible performances?
I never thought that I would say this. But I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
Very glad. He just turns into a fucking Dracula at a certain point in that movie. What other ones do I have? I never use most of these buttons, but I did make them. This is the movie that nearly bankrupted Charles Band's production company. He lost all the Ghoulies money on this movie. Unfortunately, these are most of the best shots in the film, because it really slows down in the middle. Ion Raptor, you're joking. You can't be serious with me right now. It's true! Walter's Workshop, this is a thing! Charles Band made Ghoulies, and Ghoulies made way more money than it cost, and he then put that into his production company, Full Moon, and they basically scraped by making garbage movies. They still do scrape by making garbage movies like fucking Doll Man and Puppet Master and shit like that. And Robot Jocks cost a bunch of money and made almost nothing. It nearly blew all the Ghoulies' money. I know this, Doll Man 5. I know this from an actual conversation that I had with Charles Band. He fucking hates that movie. I met this guy all excited to be like, dude, I love Robot Jocks, and he was like, oh, fuck that movie. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry for bringing it up. I got him to do the crash and burn thumbs up with me, and the look on his face is just like, fuck you. Like, he hated doing it. There is, yes, Shiny Mew, you're thinking of Real Steel. They get bored and dangerous. Yeah, that's ultimately what would happen. You've seen Robot Jocks, just not be playing these. Oh, okay. I was gonna say Ion Raptor. That doesn't seem even remotely possible that you would not have seen Robot Jocks. That's insane. Yeah, it's a movie called Robot Jocks. Mafik. I think it's on YouTube. I'm pretty sure it's available for free on YouTube. What's my opinion on quad mechs? I like them. I think quad mechs are fine. There are 2 different quad mechs from Fang of the Sun Dugram, so I can't very well pretend not to like them. Oh yes, of course, Frankenhooker. Who could forget that? Does Real Steel suck? I never watched it. I assumed that it sucked. It looked like it sucked, and I just never saw it. Wiley Cliff, thank you so much for hanging out. I should be doing the Storm Report. I'm sorry. I got distracted talking about absolute fucking nonsense. Took a quad mech but replaced the legs with wheels. The ones in Robot Jocks, literally, their legs fold up into tank treads and they roll around. Oh god, excuse me. Folks, give me 1 second. I'm gonna hit you with the BRB screen. I'm gonna grab myself something fresh to drink, stretch my legs real quick. I'll be right back, and as soon as I get back, we're gonna roll right into the Storm Report, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you in just a minute. Right? Me? Distracted by nonsense. That doesn't sound like me at all. It doesn't sound like this stream. Alright. Well, Ginoki Lace Vidolo Zanu? Yes. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I've got the basics of this blocked out and feeling pretty decent. I think straight X, Y, and L are all the connectors that we should need. I'll need an end cap for it. This is the start of a basic apartment block. I'll do 2 or 3 more of these, but yeah, I think this set is worth adding to the current round of structures. Let me go ahead and make sure this gets saved. And we'll go ahead and roll right on over into the storm report and see what you find people have been sharing. Let me get this actually pulled up over here before I go pushing any crazy buttons or anything like that. Wablam! And here we go.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Alright, well here we have up first, from Mafik walking through the ruins of a giant civilization. Massive humanoids and their immense cigarettes. Everything but that really works for it. And these are the mega blocks. Looks like this is an ODST and this is a Spartan over here. Well, these are pretty cool, Mafik. I always enjoy your outdoor action figure photography. I don't know why I'm always kind of fascinated with outdoor action figure photography. It's like it's a whole thing that people do as far as trying to kind of fake and force scale using forced perspective. I've never gotten into doing it myself. Maybe a little lower camera angle. There we go, Clink. Yeah, lower the... Move the cigarette butt, drop the camera angle so that we're kind of looking up at them a little bit. Now, you do have to control the background a little bit more if you're doing it that way, Clink. Spartan recruit armor. Plus, it was 3 p.m. and it's hot. You know what? I'll accept that. It's been hot fucking everywhere lately, man. Oh my god. This is... we're finally getting below 100 up here, and I'm just, like, overjoyed at that. Just pretend it's an artillery shell. Yeah, oh, you know what? I can do that. For you, Mafik, I can do that. This Mechanic Games, you missed it by like a minute. If you have something ready to go right... you make me want to violate my own policies because I want to see. I want to see what you made. Fine, I won't. I won't. But hold on to it and get it in first thing after the stream. How about that? You do that for me? Because I want to see it. Had a few days in Florida a couple of weeks ago where it was 105 and nice and dry, right? Famously in Florida, it's you know, it's a nice dry heat. Below 100 degrees today, but over 60% humid. Oh, see, this is why I don't like to complain. Like, it got over 100 here, and I'm like, yeah, it's also bone fucking dry. It's different here in that it is bone dry, but it's also like there's no atmosphere between us and the sun. We're physically a mile closer to it, and it's like it's crazy the shift of temperature you get between in the shade and not in the shade. It's unfucking believable. And as a bald man, my brain just cooks right out of my skull if I'm not careful. Cool photography, Mafik. Do more. Honestly, Mafik, look into some more of the techniques that people use for miniature and action figure outdoor photography, because I would love to see you kind of expand on it. Really, really cool figures. Alright. Coming down, we have from Ren, where the meme came from. Oh, this is... Oh, I should have known. Yes. This is a very famous guardsman. This is me trying to paint eyes. Okay, Okay, I gotcha. I wasn't totally sure on the last one, Ren, but we're on the same page now. Thin your paints or I shall thin your ranks. Oh, Duncan. Wait, that's not Duncan. This is Duncan photoshopped into somebody else's cosplay. This is wrong. This is insane. If you're gonna Photoshop Duncan into something, why don't you Photoshop him into, like, a piece of art or a render of a commissar? This is just, like, this is some Uncanny Valley shit. Going to the effort of removing somebody's face and then putting it into a cosplay. So that we have this great-looking commissar, and then, like, you know, the fucking Radisson behind him. Kapow, indeed. This is what we become? It's just memes? Well, I appreciate it anyway, Ogrekin. Here we have, from the Cookie Mama, can I offer you a nice egg in these trying times? Egg, made in Krita. It is indeed rather egg-like. I like the clouds. That's a nice touch, Cookie Mama. What is it a chocolate egg? What does the patterning represent, I wonder? I need to look up what Krita is. It's just a like an art software, isn't it? You've done a few things in it so far. Yeah, open source painting program. Okay. It's always amazing to me all the different things that people are working on at any given time. Egg! Why don't I have any It's Always Sunny memes that I can throw up right now? That is the most appropriate thing. Holy shit, you're suggestible, Happy Heretic. That's all it took? And you just immediately want Cadbury cream eggs? No, from a rabbit, Automat. That's where they come from. Kind of a chocolate or metal. Well, there's a massive difference between those two things, but I would buy metal with the way you've done the shading, the dark light. It's a non-metallic metal egg, if you will. No, we gotta move away from this. I'm not here to promote Cadbury cream eggs. I can in no way endorse the purchasing of those awful, awful things. Here we have from Dr. Rhino, 5 hour, 40 minute speed run. Dr. Rhino's getting pretty damn good at this these days. This is... Alright, I'm gonna do what I said and shift... I'm gonna shift the way we're doing the storm report for next time, because I need to be able to zoom in on these. I need to be able to the point where I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something a little bit unorthodox. I'm not a fan of Cadbury cream eggs, for God. It's fine if you guys like them. I liked them as a kid. I think I tried one a couple years ago, and I was just like, it's too much. It's way too much. They're far too rich. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to this. And I'm gonna kludge this, and we're gonna change the way it works for next time. But this way, I should be able to go ahead and pull this up in a much larger size so that we can get a closer look at this fucking ridiculous model. Just about a 6 hour speed paint, and I buy it, you know, as you zoom in, and this is one of the reasons I want to zoom in, is because when we zoom out and we get the overall composition of the piece, take it all in one shot, this model looks amazing. This is a wonderful example of something that you put on the tabletop and it's just like, holy shit, look at that thing. Look at it with the OSL effects down on the base, with the galaxy work up on the wings, with the really vibrant colors. It looks incredible. And I always want to zoom in on these. Because if you get close, you start to understand how it happened. If you get close to the galaxy, and this is in no way trying to detract from this, and I know that Dr. Rhino knows that. I'm just sort of trying to demystify paint jobs like these, because you look at a paint job like this and you think, holy shit, I want to be able to paint like that. Most of you can right now. Dr. Rhino paints very smart. He's a very, very smart painter. If you look at the galaxy effect, this is really very simple. This is some airbrushing, some simple wet blending and glazing with the blue on top of the black, and then a pretty rough white spatter effect. Like this is like 20-30 minutes of work on the wings, and it looks fucking great. And if you wanted to go ham on this, if you wanted to make it really interesting, do blue and then mingle in some greens. But I mean, like, you really don't need to. This is black and blue and then some white, and then coming in periodically and strengthening some of them. You come down here and look at this, and I'm pretty sure he did this in oils. But I mean, there's really nothing complex about this paint job. Nothing at all. It's just smart choices made. Paint for effect, exactly, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Something that I will push on everybody and then fail to do consistently. I'm starting to... I feel like I'm getting worse at painting. Somehow. I don't exactly know how. Where's the Warhammer? I mean, that is the name of it, isn't it, Coral? Like, every model in Warhammer has a Warhammer. I thought that was the rule. This down here is really lovely, though. And simple OSL. This is not complex. I'm pretty sure this is just an airbrush after the fact. Little quick spritz. Just picked a couple of smart spots. That's it. A little bit on top of the skull. There's barely anything done to the skulls. This is like base wash, call it a day. You do not have to paint complex to paint well, is my point. And don't forget to paint your thumbs. No, that's absolutely an important part of it. What I'm trying to get to, what I'm trying to encourage you to do here, folks, is when you see a paint job that you like this, look close. And again, a few painters that I strongly recommend for art styles like this, Paint My Little World on Instagram. I don't think he's painted anything in a while, but if you go look over his backlog, like, his painting is not complicated. It's chunky. There are almost no blends to it at all. He doesn't bother with a lot of the complex techniques that the hive mind would have you think are totally necessary, but his work looks amazing because it's composed intelligently. That is so much more important than spending hours and hours and hours on these super refined techniques. Good composition and a basic understanding of the color wheel. And you can knock shit like this out in this case, for Dr. Rhino, just 6 hours. It's really... I would argue that many of the best paint jobs are the simplest, Abby Heretic. Now, bear in mind, painting, it always depends on what your goal is. Like, if you want to win an award, yes. If you want to compete against other high-level painters, yes. You want to get in there and you want to do complex, fine work. If you want to do a bunch of freehand, that's what you're trying to do, like, that's great. If you're trying to make an army and make it pop, this is something that I watched Matt Yee kind of come to the realization of with the last Goblin army that he painted, and he's doing a really great job on his Skaven army now, where he realized, like, I did all this fine work on them, and ultimately they just look like blobs because I didn't make smart choices in the beginning. And I've watched him shift his painting style, and he's doing much more striking paint jobs now, and spending less time on them, for that matter. Yeah. Yeah, now, okay, Walter's Workshop, but those pearlescent force-grown drones that you did for Conquest, they are gorgeous. They are gorgeous models, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, like, I think if I had to level any critique at them, it's that, like, the technique that you used on those should probably be done for an army where you have, like, 20 models in a game. And you decided to do it for a rank and flank game because you're out of your fucking mind. But they look amazing! Your hero models that you spent time on, the Mimetic Assassin, looks so good! Admittedly, they look better the closer you get to them. And you can kind of lose it a little bit further off. Never want to paint another force-grown drone, but I'm gonna. Well, that's the nature of the beast. Alright, let's keep going. I've gushed over this enough. Here we have from the POV 42. Flocking and warning, decals still left to do, but I'm proud of how the first Desert Bus Mini for this year's project came out so far. Look at that blackjack. This looks good, too. And this is great. This is a wonderful follow-on. Because scale matters a lot in how you choose to paint, and this is a pretty simple paint job, again, with just smart choices made from the beginning, and he knew to take the time to focus on the points that are really going to stand out. I love how the legs are done. I really, really like this. I think the orange and black, I mean, orange and black are a great combo anyway. But then the blue-green contrast up here and that little bit of lensing for the blackjack. It's simple, it's effective, it creates a nice focal point. Bam, smack dab in the top middle of the model. It contrasts decently with the base. If anything, I would encourage, flocking still to do. So I'm going to assume we're going to have green on the base. And this is something to pay attention to. If you're going to be in the next few streams and you're going to see the finished version of this, or if you browse our showcase, pay attention to how it looks now and how it looks when he gets the flocking on. Because that balance, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about composition. Green here, green here. Not a lot of green, not everywhere, not spread over the entire model, not one of the primary colors, but top and bottom is going to create this wonderful visual balance that is going to enhance the look of everything in between. I cannot wait to see it. Also, nice toilet seat you got there. That's a good look. It's a good look, POV. Here we have from WJ. Hopefully my shot is big enough this time. Well, I'll tell you what, we're sorting that. We're sorting that. Victory shot from Humankind. I still haven't played this. Is it good? This time my civilizations were Zhao, China, Nazca, the Khmer Rouge. How do you pronounce that? I feel incredibly ignorant not knowing that. Edo, Japan, Siam, and modern, as in late 1800s to present, Japan. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna pull it up a little bit larger to have a look. It's a very good looking game. How does it play compared to, because this is shit, the company that made this. Is it Paradox? No. It's a 4X, yeah, I know that, but the company that made it are the same guys that made like Endless Space, aren't they? I confess, I haven't looked at it recently, so I'm just going off of like vague memories of back when it came out. It has a demo. I should probably just play it. Paradox? Okay, Paradox makes really, really good games, usually. I should just play the demo. I play every 4X eventually. It seems silly not to. Oh, look at all the wonders. Yeah, we got a space center over here. We got like what is that, an opera house? Oh, that's not a wonder. There's multiples of them. Well, I mean, it could be. I don't know how this game works. I like how we have a pyramid and a ziggurat. And this is... You did this on purpose. You did this on purpose, WJ. This is sick. These three next to each other. Yeah. Yeah, you absolutely did. I see what you did there. Here we have from Larabic. Decided to make a merc unit with some extra mechs. Bit of an odd lance. Feels like a training mission from the HBS game. Oh, they're good looking though. I like that lime. I particularly love the kind of deep plum that you went with for the cockpit glass. That's a wonderful choice to contrast with that bright lime green. It really kind of brings the whole thing down. And this is another good example of how a little bit of balance, because you notice both the cockpit glass and the base. This is a similar effect to that green. They're both kind of ruddy and a little dull. But those two together on either side of what would otherwise be a very gaudy green. If you had a really bright color down here, this would read very differently. Or if it was like a yellow. Or if it had a lot of green. It's pronounced Kame. Really? Wow, I feel even dumber now. Nice job on the white, too. Nice and clean. That's a good-looking little lance. And it looks fairly simple, too. It looks like your base and a pretty good application of wash. I really do like this plum. Larabic, I'm curious specifically what color you went with for the cockpit glass. Simple but elegant. Well chosen. And that elegance, that simplicity, I think is even more important when you're dealing with properties like BattleTech or anything at 6mm, because you have less space to work with. Your ability to communicate with color is even more limited when you have more detail jammed into a physically smaller area. You have more freedom when you're working at larger scales, particularly if you're making something larger than infantry models. Really very nicely done, though. They read very cleanly, and all the detail comes across at a good viewing distance, Larabic. Again, I'm curious specifically what color you use there. I'd love to know if you feel like letting us know. Do a class on how to paint 6mm infantry? Oh, shit. That is... WJ, you know what? That's not something I've mastered. Pick out the heads and the weapons. They are the size of ants, like quite literally. They're not easy. They really aren't. A lot of that depends on how they're sculpted. They kind of have to be exaggerated. I've done very few 6mm infantry. I've done some 12mm infantry that I think doesn't look terrible, but 6mm is very, very tricky indeed. Hamburg, thank you for the reminder. I've been sneezing a lot today. I feel another one coming on. It's probably not going to happen now that I've said something. Here we have from Shiny Mew Paints. Using AP speed paint for portions of this mini, ranging from blood red as it is here to fire giant orange. Probably going to do the skin first with some orc flesh from Army Painter speed paint. Hope this is big enough for you. Well, as I said, today we can make it bigger, and we're going to do this from now on, because this is just smarter, and it's been a dumb. I've been doing a dumb to not just do it this way the whole damn time. Oh, this is kind of cool. It's like a treasure trove of dice. Well, that's adorable, isn't it? Speed paints are a wonderful, wonderful tool, particularly for someone who's just getting started painting. Shiny Mew, I know you're fairly new to it. Do I use a magnifying glass? You know what I do recommend? If you want to use magnifiers, WJ, get the kind that go on your forehead, the like visor ones, and get the ones that have binocular magnification. It's a mistake to get the ones that are monocular magnifiers, like the big just magnifying lenses. It throws off your depth perception horribly. Get the little snap-down ones. You can get them on Amazon. They're super cheap. They usually have a light in them, too. I have a set of them I don't use very often. But it can help. I don't think they're technically necessary, but some people find them useful. Oh, this came out nice. Just a simple application of paint. I don't think it's Zelda. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but she has clearly found a trove of math rocks that she's very, very excited by. It's an interesting piece. I'd love to know where this came from, Shiny Mew. But yes, thank you for cropping and zooming in. This is actually pretty decent photography overall. I'll be very curious to hear what your experiences are, Shiny Mew, with AP speed paints, because they're designed for newer painters, and we have some people, specifically Heretic, who has been using AP speed paints along with oil paints recently to get some truly amazing results out of minis. Here we have from the Tobin Lord, one of the biggest attacks I've done this year. 585.25 points. 7 cats. Just had to share it here before I forgot. Oh. Yeah, we're doing it this way from now on so I can actually get these large enough. Oh, a kitty playing with banana. That's perverse. I like how there's a sock under the bed. One of these cats is apparently... 2 of these cats are here in spirit form. Hug dealer. Oh. I've had a lot of dealers in my life, but never a hug dealer. Oh, I like the tortie. The tortie's my favorite. I want kitty cats. This seems like something to aspire to. What a wonderful, wonderful map. Should we raid Mittens? Oh, is she on? I guess it is. It is Tuesday. She probably is. The whole CRT head aesthetic it continues to amuse me, Tobin Lord. I don't fully understand it. The reasoning behind the characters with the CRT head, the choice that was made, but I like it. 8 cats, not 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, there are indeed. There are indeed 8. Unless this is like one spectral cat that is astral projecting into two places at once. Okay. Alright. Yeah. How appropriate. There are 4 lights. Did I tell you that, by the way? For anybody who wasn't here at the beginning of the stream, we were talking about the fact that David Warner unfortunately passed. And we're going to be modifying our viewing party that we do on Discord at the... We've been doing it regularly because we've been watching Band of Brothers. We usually do it just at the end of every month. This weekend, we're going to have a viewing party on Discord. It normally would have been 2 episodes of Band of Brothers. I think we're going to instead make it the 2-part Next Generation episode, Chain of Command, parts 1 and 2. Because that is very famously the episode where There Are 4 Lights comes from, the episode with David Warner. I'm a big fan of David Warner, and I'd like to take a moment and sort of share some of his work in respect for his incredibly long and I keep using the word distinguished in reference to people's careers today, but the fact is that it's just accurate. A goblin looking over an altar of dice. I like it, Shiny Mew. I really do. Toby and Lord, as always, thank you for sharing your work. I love seeing it. Yeah, this is just something that popped up yesterday, Walter's Workshop, and it sucks. But yeah, this Saturday we're going to go ahead and watch those 2 episodes with David Warner of TNG, and potentially here in the near future, I've been thinking about maybe streaming. We're going to be doing more regular video game days. I might dig into Baldur's Gate 2, The Shadows of Am. I haven't played it in close to 2 decades. And it is really the place where I fell in love with David Warner's voice as the character of John Irenicus. So we may go ahead and dig into that. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour. Second Merc down went with brighter highlights, bit more variance in the lasers since that's all the Flashman has. Bit challenging getting more rear set cockpit darker than the forward one, but I think it works. Excuse me. Highlights got a bit clumsy, blaming the poor light conditions for that. Basing, decals, and varnish will wait till I'm home. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The brighter highlights absolutely work. Oh my god, I think that the lensing came out great. I know you say you struggled particularly with these back ones, but it reads very, very well. Mission absolutely accomplished, particularly on this side. The greater diversity of laser color, yeah, it is all that it has, and I think that lends a lot to it. I like the kind of little line of red and blue just going right across the midpoint here. The green highlights read excellently. Absolutely keep that up. These look fantastic, Journeyman Paint Hour. Striking. Thank you, Colonel Matthew Steiner. That's a wonderful word for it. Striking. It's a striking paint job. Lovely. Lovely work. Here we have from Wolverine DH. My design of the Battletech Bowman. I always love seeing Wolverine's work. Look at this. It's, I love that he's been approaching some of these more awkward designs, too. These weird nightmare amalgamations of seemingly random geometric shapes that are... to be a fly on the wall when someone came up with some of these. Like the style of launcher over here with the dual doors unlocking. I love the little interlocking teeth. But just the bizarre combination of shapes creating this sort of shrouded intake torso with the jutting cockpit coming out of it. It's very interesting. I like it in the same way that I like the Orion, in that it's fucking hideous, and that's kind of what works about it. And then the shoulder missile launcher. This is, you know, this has real charm. This has real charm, Wolverine. Damn well done. Autocannon shells love it. Yeah, it detonates from the inside maybe a little too often. Good job, Wolverine. Oh shit, here comes Robin. Here's another 5 more done. That includes the Sergeant. Didn't want to go super glowy with the plasma pistol, just enough to know what it is. Still got about 60 more Marines at least, 20 Terminator characters and vehicles, walkers. Oh, I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna click on this and I'm just gonna Okay, here we go. Because this is going to be amazing, and I feel the need to try to break you down as much as I can, Robin, I'm just going to note that Sergeant has an E in it, right there. It's S-E-A-R-G-E-N-T. Wait. No, S-E-R-G-E-A-N-T. Fuck! Damn it! Oh, no, I just made a total asshole out of myself by misspelling a word while correcting someone's spelling of it. Oh, no. Wait, he's not here, is he? He's probably not. Oh, fuck, there he is. I was hoping maybe he wasn't. Look, you know what? Let's just move on. Hey, look at these Marines, everybody. They look real good. Don't clip that. You don't no, you don't have to do that. Journeyman Panel, you don't have to clip that. That's not necessary, I promise you. Oof. As someone who does not particularly like the design of the whole Primaris Marine shift, I love the scale, and I think the models do look good. They're well designed. I won't pretend that they're not. It's just on a personal aesthetic level, I'm not a huge fan of the changes that were made to the Space Marine proportions and armor to create the Primaris. Corvus Mark 6 armor is my favorite. This is the best looking version of it that they've ever made. It has been kind of hard for me to not kind of get into the new Horus Heresy plastics, but I've avoided it, and then Robin has to come along and paint my favorite damn chapter, my favorite legion, in my favorite armor, wielding my favorite version of the bolter, this old... Now, I know the Godwin Diaz is the one that they have given to the sisters now, but I think these are still called Godwin pattern bolters. But this old style with the sickle mag, and I love the chain blade bayonets. Oh my god. Hey Dodge, you taking off? I didn't even see you in chat, man. What's up? How you doing? Well, it's been wonderful to know that you're here. I hope you have a great night. Brave man painting Imperial Fist. Robin is a brave man and a damn good painter. They did upscale these models so they're close to the primary. Are they really? I didn't know that. No, don't tell me these things. Don't. I'm not doing it. I'm not buying Games Workshop models. I'm not gonna do it. Just the fact that they're big Corvus Mark 6, though. Wonderful job on the chipping and the damage on this. I like the diversity of the damage you've got on here, too. I mean, I know a lot of it is you've been doing sponging, but the way you kind of enhance some of them, and your use of both light and dark to create the depth on some of these markings, like here, and here, and here, like, this is so damned effective. Fuck no, Journeyman Paint Hour. God, no. That's... This is the one thing that I have never done. I have painted, I believe, one Games Workshop model on this stream, and that was the Primarch Sanguini for my buddy Hethrir, and that's just because he bought it and he wanted me to paint it. Love the coloring on the feats. Isn't it great? And this is, you know, I'm glad that we have this and a few other examples all in the same stream, because this is another example where, you know, let's zoom in here, and this is something that Rockin' Robin kind of specializes in. He's right up there with Dr. Rhino for me. And folks, please, please, please check out Rockin' Robin's channel on the Discord if you haven't already. You can always hit !Discord and chat to get a link over there. But effective but relatively simple paint jobs. There's just nothing on here that is, and again, I've said this 1,000 times, Robin knows that I mean this in the best way possible. There's nothing on here that is that technically complex to do. There's nothing on here that you can't learn how to do very, very quickly and then replicate very fast. Not one single technique. But it's in the choices made. It's all about making the right choices. The highlights are chunky. The battle damage is mostly randomized by sponging and then a little bit of handwork for like the scratches. It's all about the initial color choices, the airbrushed basing. Like, these are beautiful. Robin, these are fucking beautiful, and I'm just so excited that you're working on them. Please continue to share. God damn it. Here we have from Wheezy. I finally finished this one after about 3 months. Needed more contrast between the green and gray. Hope the new owner will enjoy it. Let's get a closer look. You know, why didn't I do this literally over a year ago? This is magnificent. I love this. We can actually get closer to these pictures now and get a good look on them. Oh, I love the camo pattern. That's very, very slick. Really nice job on the... I'm gonna... Hold on, is that... Are those decals, or is that done by hand? Looks like those stripes are done by hand. Yeah. That's pretty slick. The fact that I questioned myself on that, I think, is a decent endorsement of the quality of it. The actual Jade Falcon on the symbol kind of disappears a little bit against the green to the point that I almost didn't notice this decal was here. But, you know, at the same time, that's kind of going to happen when you have a green logo on a green mech. I don't know exactly how you would avoid that. Seriously wicked camo, and yeah, I agree, Steiner. I love the base. I love the diversity on the base. For such a small area, you're kind of limited in what you're able to do, but still getting in the diversity of the dirt grit, the static grass, and then a couple of larger boulders. And I really, really like the simple dry brushing on the feet, just to make them look dusty. Really, really good job on the lensing. I love that in particular. Gorgeous work, Wheezy. The camo's very cool. Kind of like a grassland camo. I'm glad that you're here to love camo on Mech's Automat, because I still, I struggle. I appreciate the work that goes into them and the ones that really pop like that, but I just, it's not something that I would personally choose most of the time. And then we have from Pixel Gent, Negative Charisma, working on Victor Von Doom. Really, why haven't I done this before? Being able to zoom in on pictures is so fucking wonderful. Let's get an overall look at this guy. We have a lot of really talented painters in this community, you guys. Like, really talented painters. And I'm glad that so many of them want to share so that we can kind of get in and analyze. Now, it looks like we're starting on the top and we're working our way down, so our face mask isn't done, and mostly have been focusing our non-metallic metalwork up here on this arm. But let's take a look. Because, again, I want people to look close. And I want you to understand, these are not the most difficult blends in the world to do. In fact, what makes this work, what makes non-metallic metal work, is this high contrast, rapid transition from this kind of, ice yellow almost up here, which is kind of complementary of this yellow-green, and then the gold with... This is fucking gorgeous. With the reds in here, this sort of ruddy, almost... Oh, that's beautiful. On the buckle and on these rondelles. That's wonderful. And then we have a little bit of those browns and yellows in here, going to kind of a blue and then this deep purple blue shadow, but it's that high contrast shift that makes it really look like metal. This is fucking fantastic. And I really like the kind of textured effect that you've got going on here on the cloak too. I think this works. This really helps sell that this is a fabric that we're looking at. Damn. I'm gonna be totally honest. My reason for doing the Storm Report, and I've told you guys this before, my reason for doing the Storm Report in the first place, and the reason I continue to do it, is totally selfish. I am feeding on your art to try to motivate myself to keep going, and work like this does it for me. It does it for me. This is fantastic. Fucking wow. Negative Charisma. I am loving that, man. Oh, here we have from Shiny Mew Paint. Second post because the stream was canceled on the 24th. Me and the Miz hanging out in VR chat on her birthday a couple of weeks ago. Legoshi on the right. Throwing the peace sign to Miss Shiny Mew. Thick with 3 C's, Isabel. Oh, the magic of VR chat. Oh, that's adorable. I hope you guys had fun. Sharing is, indeed, caring. I've tried to get into VR chat a couple of times, and I'd wind up like wandering around for 5 minutes and then going back to shooting zombies and whatever the fucking game of the week is. I don't know. I can't make myself do VR on the regular except for that one mech game, Vox Machina. Very cool work though, Shiny Mew. It's always neat to see when people are working on their avatars for VR. And Shiny Mew also, please, please, please do. I'm very serious when I say please continue to share your work with those speed paints. I'm very, very curious to see how that goes with you, particularly since we've been kind of following your progress working on those Ultramarines. I'll be curious to hear how that affects the way that you paint, because it makes a lot of what we've been talking about much simpler. Like, try that on some Ultramarines, compare it to your previous work, and see how it comes out. I haven't checked the latest updates, WJ. They released a new multiplayer mode. If they're releasing a new campaign, I'm there for that. That's what I've been waiting for. From the Happy Heretic, Sminish the Fallest. Sminish the Fallest, that's what I was about to say. Finish the smallest minis I've ever painted. The human brain is an amazing thing, isn't it? Painted these clan, hells, horses, elementals with my standard speed paints over metal. Very quick to paint up. They look great when the base is finished, and Weather can't wait to get the rest of the star painted up. Enhance. Oh, these came out nice. These little fuckers are so tricky to do. Speed paints definitely help to bring out the details in the elementals, and I'm really enjoying your metallic followed by speed paint methodology. Also, really good fine grit on the dirt here, and good use of static grass. Very, very short static grass. This Mechanic Games, it's a fucking great game. I'm terrible at it, but I love playing it. So what, I mean, absolutely, this is the Happy Heretic WJ. He's been posting a lot lately, and what he's been doing is basing in metallics, and then coming in with AP speed paints over top. And then if he wants more detail, using oil washes. Happy Heretic, you either did or are doing a tutorial for that paint scheme you did on the Banshee, are you not? I know you posted somewhere on the Discord, I can't remember where. You should tag WJ. The fine grit is 100% pure Florida sandy soil. That explains why it's so fine, at the very least. Fantastic, Happy Heretic. Yeah, it's an incredibly effective painting technique, and he's able to do it very, very quickly, too. Lovely, lovely work. Here we have from Roland. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look at that. Look at that Oryx. Look at that Metalcore Collectibles bad boy all built and ready to go. Damn, MCC makes some amazingly high quality fucking mechs, doesn't he? And I'd be remiss if I didn't remind people, you can always hit exclamation point Metalcore in chat to get a link over to Metalcore Collectibles. His mechs are absolutely top quality, 3D printed, incredibly modular, super duper posable. Like, so posable it's kind of ridiculous. Any pose you can imagine, if it can physically, if the joints are physically designed to go into that shape, you can put it there. Tanks, infantry, STLs, trucks, civilian vehicles, mechs. He's really got it all. You should definitely go check out his site if you're into 6mm mech combat or gaming at all. Good build on that one, Roland. Here we have from Sahul Pinu. This will be an odd post, but have a look at my next project. Learned I have to use Mod Podge to seal the decal, or it'll be easy to scratch and peel. Already has a cheek scratch I thought was just part of the design. Huh. Okay. Customizing our water bottles, or shake bottles, or does it look like a protein shake bottle? That's what that is, isn't it? It's got like the little thingy in the top of it. Well, it's a nice application. And yeah, it's applying anything to a hard plastic like that, you're always going to have to seal it to some degree. Let me know how that goes, though. Here we have from Splintered Brush Studios, Conversion, work in progress. Enhance. Ooh. Hold up. Is this a combination of Magnus and an avatar of Cain? And is it just me, or is it kind of coming out like Illidan's Storm Rage? Like, that's the vibe I'm getting from the whole thing. But that is Magnus's head. And wings on an Avatar of Cain body. Now this is lovely. This work here is absolutely beautiful. If this is a taste of what is to come, Splintered Brush, which, knowing your work, it is. Damn. This is gonna be a hell of a thing, particularly when you get down to these flames and details. Loving the pre-shade on the wings too. Really a nice preview of how that's gonna look. Same thing with the horns. This is really why we do the pre-shade. It helps us see where our highlights are going to go as we continue to work. There's OSL on the far side. Over here? Well, I don't think this is going to be OSL from the blade. I think this is just environmental lighting. And, you know, it is just a pre-shade, so it's very, very likely to change as he continues to work on it. The blade side. Oh, here? I don't know. I like the little crystal clusters down here. I don't know if this is a standard GW base or how much of this is custom. I haven't really... I feel like this seal is maybe a part of the new Avatar of Cain. Some green on the wing. I don't think there's any color on the wing so far other than the base and then some white. This is all pre-shaded. I think the only part that's been painted is the blade. Lovely conversion, though. Really getting Illidan Stormrage vibes. More so than I ever got from Magnus on his own. I think also it's the addition of this particular, like, baleful green that makes me think of, like, the Infernals from Warcraft. Very cool conversion, Splintered Brush. Please, 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 as that work in progress gets more progress, share with us. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus, Cyber Knight from Metalcore Collectibles. Might have gone a bit overboard, but I can't help myself. Yes. The Isekai trucks. This is getting out of hand. Let's enhance. I like the little variety of design that you've got just in the panel trucks. It allows you to really just use them as a guide when painting and not have to do anything complex like decals or airbrushing with stencils or anything to get an interesting look out of them. A wonderful little piece to populate a city with, and as noted, they fit just right on our Trinity City 6mm roads. Wonderful, wonderful work on that. You are not prepared, betrayer. In truth, it was I who was betrayed. Here we have from Ion Raptor, getting better. I actually finished this Masakari model pretty quick, only took a couple of days. Yeah, once you get into that workflow, it definitely starts to come easier. And Ion Raptor, if anybody, has definitely got an awesome workflow. I'm loving the more complex geometry that you have down here on the sort of shin plate. This series of little cut-ins and angles. This looks lovely. I'm not, you know I'm not a Clan Mac guy. I probably don't need to say it every time. But regardless of my love of Clan or Inner Sphere, I can appreciate the work that went into this. Complete with the like hunchback shell thing that I will never fully understand. SRM's set in real deep under there. Damn nice work, Ion Raptor. And folks, if you're not following Ion Raptor, he does a lot of this work live on Twitch. It's something you need to check out. I love the rendering work on this too. I need to work on my renders. I say that like all the time, and my renders have gotten a lot better over the last year, but I still look at other artists' work and I'm always like, I could do better. I could do better. The laser glow is a nice touch, using those materials well. What's he stomping into the ground here? I don't recognize this poor son of a bitch. He's too crumpled up. Wonderful work, Ion Raptor. One more for Thunderhead. Oh, see what I mean? They fit perfectly on our 6mm Trinity City Roads. Hex compatible and non, available from Steel Warrior Studios. That's a Phoenix Hawkline? Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense looking at it. He did seem rather angular. Oh, poor fella. I mean, I deeply resent that you're showing me an image of a clan mech stomping an Intersphere mech into the ground, but I appreciate the artistry nonetheless. There's something just incredibly gratifying about seeing your own work on other people's tables. Thank you. Thank you, Metalcore. Here we have from Merlin Models. Work in progress, trying to get this assassin to a decent standard. I would like to enter Golden Demon for the first time this year. This is Operative Umbral 6. Enhance. Ooh. Oh, this is a big one. I feel like a moron for not doing this before. This is just how we're doing the Storm Report from now on, folks. I'm sorry. Oh my god. It's only a flesh wound. I see you're painting in sub-assemblies. Nice simple work on this. High contrast to bring out the details. I like the kind of soft texturing and the warm colors that you've worked into the undersuit here. These, like, semi-reflective bodysuits are always a challenging paint job because you want really high contrast on something that normally we get used to painting fabric with really low contrast. I like the choice of the red for the straps is lovely, because it's mostly cool tones in the bodysuit and then the warm contrasts well, but you've got a little bit of the warmth in the shadows too. I was just thinking that. Oh my god. That's harrowing. Yeah, I don't yeah, hands on the dong. Let's get in there and get eyes on that cod, am I right? How you doing, 8-Bit? It's good to see you, man. The Emperor's butt plug. Let's go down. Let's have a look at our base here. Okay, not much done down here yet, but it's an interesting base with the kind of like riveted steel coming up, then sort of a brown, bronzy color to it. Homeboy's really just standing in the middle of fucking nowhere, isn't he? Wait, is that what that's meant to be? Is that a grappling hook? Is this a grappling hook that was fired up through this and he used to climb up? Is that what I'm seeing? I guess that makes sense. Aw, 8-Bit, you're so kind. On a steel girder. I was just thinking that, like, that is one hell of a grapple. This puts Batman to shame. God damn. Imagine not using the stairs, though. Yeah, but can you imagine the upper body strength, 8-Bit, required to use a grapple? Like, fuck it, I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd shoot it and I'd be like, oh. Okay. I'll go find a ladder now. How you doing, 8-Bit? How was your stream, bro? I love this sort of blue jade on the rifle. Really good job detailing the Imperial Eagle here, too. And again, I want to zoom in here so you see kind of how the colors are arranged, because when you zoom out, it reads beautifully, doesn't it? Up close, it's not necessarily that precise. It's more suggested detail than anything, and some really nice texturing overall to get this effect. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, Merlin. With that bulge, we know he's packing that 18 plus strength. He's got that fucking will save, baby. Alright. And then we have our This Just In entry from Merlin Models, which he didn't have to do, because he was already entitled to a second posting. Last week, Paul B. Warhammer Hero came to visit my town for a short holiday. We traded 20 Mark III Space Marines for 10 of the new Mark VI Beakies. He's doing Imperial Fists, and I'm doing Raven Guard, so it's a win-win. Whilst, interesting use. He was round to trade. Whilst he was round to trade, I showed him my Sergeant Harker model I had finished, and he took pictures in the sunshine, transparented the background, and produced this image you see before you. I love it. Oh my god. What? Enhance. I mean, you know, just in case you forgot we were on the fucking internet, I guess. God damn it. It was boring. Oh no. I'm on the last hurdle. Thank you for doing that, by the way, Riot Sister. I'll get that fucking API error worked out. On the last hurdle of terrain, then I can be free of this mortal terrain project. Self-inflicted injuries. Oh, my name's 8-Bit Sweater, and I bought all the terrain in the world, and now I have to paint it. You think I'm mocking him. That is actually what he sounds like. I recommend you give him a follow just to find out how close that impression is, because it's uncanny. The only difference is I'm not, like, dripping in sheep roast beef juice when I say it. Okay, Merlin. Okay. Neither one of you would make a great snarf. No, Lion-O. There we have from Automat Americana. As some might remember, I did a semi-commissioned custom mech, the Magpie, a while back. In payment, I got to commission an art piece. I chose my custom VTOL, the Thorntail. The artist goes by Oswald, and anyone who watches Mage Leader's videos will be familiar with his work. I'm extremely happy with how it turned out. Yeah, it's a nasty little bitch, isn't it? I like the downturned wings. That's a particularly nice touch. Enhance. Oh, very cool. I love the cicada and the raven. The cicada is one of those mechs that's so ugly it kind of works for me. Even the PGI version of it. Oh my god, Toby and Lord, I'm sorry to hear that. From the Zeppelin accident. No, we don't have friendly fire. We turn that off, 8-Bit. You're hallucinating. I'm sorry, Toby and Lord, that sucks, man. At least the VOD will be here. Oh, really neat work on this. I'm kind of cutting off a little bit here. You're not getting our little APC over here. Altogether, a pretty cool edit with the background detail and everything. I like how he's kind of just used some layering and fuzzing to kind of work it all together. It's a damn mean-looking VTOL with the little missile pods in it. For some reason, this reminds me of playing A-10 Tank Killer. Very cool. Very cool, Automat. And as for this just in, work's progressing on the Locust, and the tweaking is finally almost done on the Crawdad. Just gotta tweak the fit between legs and torso a bit on the ladder, and then it's on to posing. Posing is always the most fun part. This Locust is gonna look pretty cool. It's clearly very, very inspired by the PGI one, but it's got maybe a little more. It's kind of a halfway point that I'm seeing here between the PGI Locust and the CGL Locust. I'll be very curious to see the final version. Enhance. I say that a lot, but that's only because it's true. I am curious to see the final version. The Crawdad, your personal design, this came out pretty nice. I appreciate that it's an underwater mech and you gave it as many curves as you did. Knowing that definitely helps my appreciation of it, because it has that aqua dynamism to it, if you will. Nasty little bird legs on it, too. The detailing on it all came out very nice. I particularly like the reverse chevrons going back across the fuselage there. It's a wicked looking little mech. Now this is something I can recommend for printing. When you have two things that are this close together, and you know, anytime I give advice like this, take or leave it as you see fit. Anytime you have a close gap like this, where it's like nothing's gonna get in there anyway, I always like to close that, make these two parts actually touch, because what you are going to do is you're going to strengthen the overall structure immensely for a loss of virtually no detail. And they don't have to overlap, they just have to touch, so that this is technically one piece of plastic and instead of just being bound at this round point back here, it's also bound up here with the thigh to the pelvis. Again, no real loss of detail. It's still very clear that they're separate, but the print overall will just be stronger. That's just how I think about printing when I'm doing it. It's worth considering. I really like how the legs came out. Yeah, just always be on the lookout for little tricks like that, Automat. At least, you know, I am. Here we have from POW Rogue, my first try at a multi-part kit to make some hardcore muscle marines. Fuck, I'll say so. Enhance. Look at this. Look at this shit. This is ridiculous giganto muscles. The muscles of corn. Protein for the protein god. Whey for the whey throne. I can dig it. I can dig it. I want to see the full corn berserker out of you, man. I mean, I did send him... I sent him some pictures, 8-Bit. They were unsolicited. I didn't think he was going to use them for reference. Apparently he is. Apparently he is. So, you know, maybe his corn berserkers will be tripods. I have no real control over how much of that inspiration he ultimately uses. Here we have from Wombat Combat, working on Iron Man and Captain America Enhance. Ooh. Oh my god. So much Enhance. Look at Tony. Look at Tony. It kind of pains me that they released better versions of these models so soon after this initial release. It really didn't take them long. They're really good-looking figures. I guess Captain America, this is still the standard Captain America figure, but they have just a better Iron Man out now. Still nice paint job on this guy. Good job on the glow effect, too. I dig how Cap came out, Wombat, but then this is one of my favorite models, complete with the bright red gloves. Kind of a rusty effect that you did on the base here. I think that came out well. I couldn't say. Wombat Combat, we want details. Aren't as bright as... Yeah, they're a little bit more grounded. You know, they're... The design of the MCP minis are sort of halfway between the comics and the movies, and people tend to go really, really brightly colored on them because they're comic book characters, but I do like the sort of more ground... I like, for instance, the sort of worn metal edges that we have on Iron Man up here. Overall, really good work, Wombat Combat. Particularly digging the kind of the leather straps for the shield harness on Cap there. Here we have from Colonel Matthew Steiner, and am I ever excited to see some more work out of him. Look at this Griffin. Enhance. Look at this bad boy. Not only is it great photography, but we can get in here. We can get in here real close and real dirty. How have I not been doing this the whole time? Nice job. Is that a decal? You didn't do that by hand. That has to be a decal. I refuse to believe that you did that by hand. I'm going to say that's a decal because the hazard striping up here is a decal, and I'm pretty sure that our unit logo is. The canopy, though. Yeah, no, I agree, Riot Sister. Look at that. For such a small piece of plastic, too. We don't do it any other way, 8-Bit. Always decals. Okay, alright, good. I looked at this and I thought for a second, like, this could be done by hand. But this is definitely a decal, this is definitely a decal, and I was reluctant to attribute that without being sure. This is like the like Wehrmacht style numerals, it looks like almost. Really, oh man, good job on this. The layered chipping with the dark and the light, it gives so much depth to this style of, okay, no, okay, fair enough. There are a lot of those decals out there. I'm not judging, it looks good. I'm just saying, I recognize them. I don't know if that's more of an indictment of you or me. Oh, good job on the lensing. The cockpit really looks good. I like how it's kind of blue and purple at the same time. And a little bit of glare up there. We're doing it this way from now on. I love to get close and dirty with these paint jobs because Colonel Matthew Steiner's a fantastic painter. Like, look at this. This is your average viewing distance shot, and then this is what it looks like when you're painting it shot. And I mean, really take it in, because you don't have to go fucking crazy. You have to make smart choices. Use broad swathes of color. I particularly like the repetition of your two primary camo colors in the base. This is nice. This is really, really nice. Excellent chipping. Good decals. I like how you've kind of balanced the blues here. 1, 2, 3. I mean, boom, 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 boom. And then again, right here in the decal. It creates this nice triangular shape. And then our kind of bluish gray for the shoulder armor. And then we pop out and look at this thing. This is a gorgeous Griffin. Colonel Matthew Steiner, I'm glad to see you back at the painting desk, and I hope that we see more out of you here real soon. And finally, from Mafik for his This Just In, made this while I'm bored. So yeah, they only have one Grasshopper and one Thunderbolt. Oh, we're getting organized. Oh, we're getting organized for the dead bones. They got a Mjolnir-class warship. We have our established regiment colors, which are just like slap-you-in-the-face gaudy, which I appreciate. Homeboy over here rocking a little, like an AK-47 and a dead fish on his chest, looking a little bit like he just fell out of the game Killzone. Here we have our list of battle mechs. A couple of Mad Dogs, 3 Cyclopses, damn. 5 Stingers. Thunderbolt, some number of them. It's conceivably plural. Same thing for the Grasshopper, a little cut off. I'm going to assume that X is there to say that there's at least 2 of them. Only 1 Shadowhawk. Oh, the lonely fellow. 1 Battlemaster and 3 Cyclops. I am offended on behalf of the Battlemaster. Kodiak 2, a bunch of adders. Holy shit. 1 Atlas. Okay, that's fine. Well, 3 Dervishes. Couple of Thors. Some Novas. A Loki. Mad Cat 2. 4 Jenners. 2 Commandos. Now we're talking. Couple of Marauders in there. 6 Locusts, which... I mean, okay, you know, I guess they have their uses. Why the hell not? That's some solid organization, Mafik. Salvage is fickle and random. Well, it's technically not random, but that's a whole other conversation. Fair enough, it is certainly fickle. You gotta take what you can get. I can't sit here and pretend to be a fan of 3025 and also be picky about what I take off the battlefield. Locusts rock. You only say that because you're currently working on one, Automat. You're biased. We can't possibly take that as a genuine endorsement of the mech. Cloudhopper is the shit. Yeah, I mean, okay. I feel like the evidence is stacked against me at this point. Did I miss writing the Scorpion? I don't see it on there. You better get that Scorpion on the roster. The Quartermaster's gonna have your ass, Mafik. Very, very nice. I love the regiment write-up. That's very cool. But that is gonna bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and as is tradition, the end of tonight's stream. Did I do it? Is my camera... Oh my god, it works. Oh my god, it works. Alright, let me figure out what we're doing, where we're going. Going someplace tonight. Probably Commander Mittens. Wombat Combat's going, though, and I don't think we've rated him recently. Pega Paints is not painting. MCB. Cutthroat Cure is working on MCP. Oh, Commander Mittens has gotten over COVID. That's good. That's wonderful. Let's go check out Wombat. Shall we? I don't know. What do you think, folks? Mittens or Wombat? Who have we rated most recently? I feel like we rated Wombat pretty recently, but I honestly can't remember. I should probably write these things down from time to time. Yeah, let's do Mittens. Let's do Mittens. I always like rating Commander Mittens. She's a fantastic painter. She has recovered from COVID. Let's go ahead and make her return to Twitch a happy one, shall we? Did we? Okay, I'm gonna trust Riot Sister. She pays attention to this more than I did, so I'm gonna completely reverse what I just said, and we're gonna raid Wombat. I do like to go ahead and spread it around. Thank you for checking, Data Nerd. I guess I could probably check that myself, but my incompetence clearly overrides my ability to do that. So let's go ahead and get that started, and there we go. Folks, a lot of you might be turning in for the night, but I always do ask that if you want to find some more good content here on Twitch and you enjoy watching painting, please stick around. Go with the raid, check out the channel, consider dropping a follow. We are going to be back Thursday the 28th. We moved up our Gaming with Riot Sister to this Thursday, so in 2 days we'll be jumping back into some Resident Evil 6 dual streaming with our very own Riot Sister, the one, the only. And then Saturday the 30th, I have up their Band of Brothers Discord. I changed that after I did this. We're actually going to be watching parts 1 and 2 of the episodes Chain of Command from Star Trek The Next Generation. As part of a little memorial to David Warner, who passed yesterday. If you don't know who David Warner is, come along and check it out. It's a wonderful pair of episodes. It's the source of the There Are Four Lights meme, if you haven't seen it. We'll be back Sunday and Tuesday of this upcoming week, ideally doing some painting. If that changes before that, I'll let you know. Guys, thank you so much for joining me tonight. You always make it such a pleasure to do some work, to continue working on my projects. Thank you to everybody who posted to the Storm Report. I love seeing your stuff. As always, thank you to my amazing mods. Until next time, keep on painting.